Check, 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 check. Oh, holy cow. Let me look. Holy, it can't be. It cannot possibly be. Am I live? And is it Memorex? Wow, that's really kicking on my microphone. Am I live or is it Memorex? I do see me. I'm right there on my laptop, my new laptop. That way I don't have to use my computer for viewing or anything like that. I know it's been a long time, hasn't it been? It's been a really long time. Let me get me up here. How can I get myself up here? What the hell? Oh, I don't even know if my chat's up. Where the hell's my chat? I can't even see anybody. See what happens whenever you mess around? Doc, let's see. Chat, there it is. Holy cow, Oregon Rogue. Wait, I gotta do it. Oregon Rogue, you're first. You are first, and would you look at that head? Would you just look at that head? Oh my goodness gracious. Congratulations, Oregon Rogue. You get to see the head first. Bam. Sergeant Chucko's Summer 5 brother. How are you doing? And I'm getting there on that picnic thing. I mean, gosh, I have a lot of going on my plate right now. You understand? Thin Blue Line Slayer, that's my brother right there. Best of the best. Stop getting pulled over, man. What can I say? But you handled him like a champ. That's for damn sure. And I can't wait to release that video, Thin Blue Line Slayer. That was a beauty. Thin Blue Line Slayer, I don't need no license to travel. I was so impressed. Wait until you see that video. Good tribe, good to see you. Good to see you. I know it's been a long time. Anon Mouse, good to see you. Bam a Cam. Bam. Cam. Good to see you. Thank you for coming. And of course, we lead off the program with the one and only sponsor, the Bakelite Boys. Yes, they are brave enough to sponsor this show. So here we go. Bakelite Boys, take it. Bakelite Boys, would you get on time? I mean, you delayed there. I know, it's been a while since I've been on. I know you've been sitting there waiting, Bakelite Boys. But here's your opportunity. Yes. Tractor ride, country ride, double wide. I got a great show for you, man. Come on, bring me in.
Happy Friday night. Don't mind my one finger.
Big Mr. Reed, stop giving me that finger. Would you stop? Big Mr. Reed. Play that harmonica, son. Play it.
Ooh, that one finger is freaking me out. Happy Friday night, everybody. Sorry to give you all the freaky finger right off the bat.
The freaky finger.
No, really, I decided to play my twanger differently. And it started out like,
Oh, the freaky finger.
Oh, we all know
There's no
about the
reason
freaky
for that
finger,
finger
don't
to
we?
do all that.
No.
We all know about the
freak.
freaky finger.
Of course,
right?
on the other hand, there's no reason for it not to do it.
Was the other hand.
Well, there you go.
There's that.
That was your first mistake.
Thank you, Bacon Lake Boys, for sponsoring my show. That's Big Mr. E and Clyde. All original music most of the time. Or something like that. Jack off, Jack. Good to see you. All right. I got a great show, but, we got to introduce everybody and welcome everybody back after months. I tell you, months of being silent has driven me crazy. But I've been preparing for multiple, more than one problem, I could just call them. I'm not allowed to call them anything else, Joe Cole, but problems that have to be solved in front of a judge. I've been preparing for and trying to get a trial in McDowell County for going on 8 months. And of course, I'm pro se. And I'm going to show you what has happened in the last 8 months since my arrest. And you've seen my arrest, haven't you? Has everybody seen my arrest? Give me a one if you've seen my arrest in McDowell County, West Virginia. State Trooper Ricky Robert Jones, Bobby for short. Jack off Jack says one. A non-mouse one, yes. All right, so I've been very busy. Me and Thin Blue, yes, the state trooper, Ricky Robert Jones, Bobby for short. All right, I'll play it. I'll play it when I get to the other place, Joe Cole. So you have to hang in there. I have to introduce everybody that's in the bunkhole with me. We haven't visited for a long time, Joe Cole, so just be patient, and thank you for coming in, Joe Cole. So let's introduce all the way in the back by the bar. Do you see him? That's Alfred, the chimp. Do you see him? All the way back there. That's Alfred the chimp. Welcome, Alfred the chimp. Oh, there's Old Yeller sitting by the door as usual. Karen. That's Karen. Karen Kryptonite, the tiger. She's a bitch. I'm telling you, Karen is a bitch today. Stay away from her. But she may look like she's not a bitch today, but don't get anything near her mouth or her claws. Of course, we got my buddy up here, Ralph. Ralph the monkey. Look at him, isn't he cute? All right, we got Perfect Paws laying on the table. He's just an old feller. Yeah. And I got a new critter. Oklahoma Outlaw Audits, I got a new critter. Spot. That's Spot. I live with them all down here. Plus a few others. What's that sound? Oh, homie! Homie, would you go take a shower? I know. What? What's that? There's no hot water? Did you try to turn the button? The knob? The other knob, homie? No? Turn the other knob. Okay, then press the button in the middle. Okay, homie? Jeez. Sorry about that, folks. These things happen in the bunkhole. Okay, well, now that we've introduced everybody, let's get rid of them. Say goodbye. Say goodbye, everybody. Bye, Karen. Bye. Oh, leave the monkey. Leave Ralph up there. Perfect pause. See you later. Are you people feeling patriotic? I am feeling patriotic because I'm going pro se, baby. Only in America can you represent yourself and speak for yourself. Don't let anybody else speak for you, like some bar association guy or woman. Once you turn over that right to speak in court, you give over he's like the power of attorney to you. Would you want that for a misdemeanor charge? I don't think so. So I'm feeling exceptionally patriotic. How about you? Give me a 1 if you're feeling patriotic. If you're feeling not so patriotic, give me a 2. You got to be quick because I'm going to press the button any second. Oklahoma Outlaw says he's feeling really, really patriotic. He's the first one up. Jack, patriotic. Oh, Howard Clegg, no. Howard Clegg's having a bad day. I hope you're not pulled over, Howard Clegg, like Thin Blue Line Slayer just got being pulled over yesterday. All in the middle of me preparing for my case, Thin Blue Line Slayer calls me up and says, man, we're talking. In the middle of talking. I didn't even hear him. I was like, huh, what? He hung up. He calls me back about an hour or so later, says, Matt, I got pulled over by the cops. I said, tell me. And he told me I downloaded a whole bunch of videos. We put it together yesterday, but we're not going to release it right now. But it's a good one. Okay, everybody is patriotic. It's a 50-50 split. We need one more 1 or we need one more 2. Fuck it. I'll be the split. We're going with patriotic, exceptionally patriotic. So, salute if you have a cover on. Put your hand over your heart. Any otherwise monkey. Put your hand on the heart. Okay, here we go.
Oh, see, can you see by the dawn's early light was so held twilight at the last gleaming looked right, and the rocket's red glare, bombs bursting in air, gave to the night that the stars were still there, or still yet wave, and the home of the free.
Thank you. Wow. I tell you, you got to hand it to him for trying, right? I mean, hey, Jack, you're laughing. Could you do any better? That's exactly right. A non-mouse. The non-mouse says he sees the national anthem as just as important to the piggy as his oath. Doesn't know any of it. Doesn't know the chorus line of the law. He doesn't know the note of a specific portion of a law. He doesn't know the instrumentation that goes along with the orchestra and producing a piece of music. So that's a great analogy. I actually agree. It's a beautiful analogy. I never thought about it that way. I'm glad you are patriotic, or we would have never learned that. Blue Steel, good afternoon to you from Gainesville, Florida, down in the swamp. Don't let them gators eat you. All right. All right, we are moving on. Let's get the fuck out of here, huh, monkey? Huh, Ralph? Let's get the fuck out of here, Ralph. We are going to... We are definitely going to... We haven't seen him for a while. Puff! Puff Dog, we're coming to see you, brother. We need it today. McDowell County, West Virginia is driving us crazy. Puff. Puff, are you here? Puff, it's been a long time since I've been in here. Puff, where you at? I see you.
Smoke weed every day.
All right. Puff. Puff, thanks, Puff, for holding down the fort while I've been gone. Yeah, I can see everything's growing well. You've been doing good. I see you've been taking care of my animals. I see you've been taking care of my animals, Puff. Yeah, you've been having a good time too. I can see that. You've been having a real good time, Puff Dog. You've been supplying everybody down here, right? Right? Elon likes it. Elon, I know you've missed me, buddy. No, not really. But you've enjoyed the weed? Well, again, Puff Dog is the master horticulturalist. Written hundreds of books on growing potatoes and tomatoes and lettuce and cabbage. And you know what this means? It means it is 4:20 in Peg's Place.
The weed.
It is 4:20 if you drink coffee. Take a shot of that Sunday liquor or toke on that doobie joint bowl or whatever. Herbs, that's right. So let me get off camera. All right. Here, why don't you take a hit of that while I'm missing? Go ahead. Jack up, Jack. Hit it real quick before the cherry goes out. Okay, since you ain't going to do it. Oh, man, Pup Dog. Pup, I know. It's tasty, Pup. Why don't you take a hit of it, Pup? Oh, you've already indulged today? Okay. Hey, Charles, what about you? Do you want to take a toke? No? But you're happy already? Thanks, Pup. Thanks a lot, Pup. I mean, you are really keeping everything in shape. Even Bill loves it. It is 4:20, and everybody's jiving. Everybody's having a good time, but it's about ready to get worse. That's why we're here. So you better hit it now. You better drink it now. Pup, we're going to need both bags. We're going to need both bags, Pup. Charles? Charles, stop dancing back there. I know, it's hard, but damn it. All right, let's get out of here, Pup. Both bags. Who haven't we seen? Who have we not seen yet? Can anybody guess where we're going next? We got to go visit our buddy, the one that's incarcerated. Yes, we are going to see Steve in the most disgusting place on the planet. PP 13. Police Precinct 13, the most disgusting, the most horrific place on the planet. They don't know what the fuck they're doing at all. But you gotta watch out, Oregon Rogue. You need to step over that. Jack off, Jack, duck. Oh no. Non mouse, you stepped right in it. Oh, you doubled it. You not only stepped in it, but it splattered all over your clothes. Coming through that tunnel to PP13 is hazardous. You gotta learn. Everybody needs to teach new people that you have to duck and you have to step over the shit in PP13 tunnel because, you know, it's just disgusting the whole way through. In one chute and out the next. It's disgusting. All right, let's get my partner in here. My partner in crime at PP13, the one that holds the fort down when I'm not here. The one that spent many times in this very location, but behind them doors. Steve, good to see you, buddy. How are you doing? How are you doing, Steve? Doing pretty good? Good. Steve, I know, Steve, you've missed me. I know it's been hard, Steve. Shut the fuck up, man. Steve, would you stop bitching? I get here 2 seconds and you're already bitching, Steve. Here, hit this. Shut up. Hit that fucking doobie, Steve. Calm the fuck down, Steve. Steve, shut the fuck up. Hey, Dweeb, over there in jail, your brother, your twin brother. Dweeb is in jail still. Can you imagine that? Dweeb, why are you in jail this time? You're in jail because you were filming? Where were you? Dweeb, where were you filming? Steve, why is your brother here? He's worse than you, Steve. Come on. He was filming at a pool. What? You dirty, nasty son of a bitch, chain weaver. Dweeb is a deviant. He was filming at a pool? Oh. What? Oh, you were filming at a pool hall. I see. A pool hall. Jeez. I didn't think he was that bad. Steve. Dweeb, you know him. Okay, you were filming at a pool hall and things got rough and the police were called. Is that why you're in here? You got in a fight? You got in a fight and he wanted to film it. Police stepped in and said, "Stop filming!" Dweeb said, "Well, why?" And the cop said, "Because you're not allowed to." And Dweeb said, "It's my constitutional right to film." No, get the fuck out of here. He's that smart? Steve, your brother's a lot smarter than you. He just does dumb things, I guess. But they arrested him anyhow. Ellie, good to see you. Much love. Chain Weaver is lurking. Okay. So, I wanted to show you this. No, not that yet. I wanted to show you Pegs, his video. Everybody saw my video, right? Of, why is that not playing? Oh, there it is. That was odd. Okay. Everybody saw my first video of my arrest. Everybody saw that. That was earlier here in the chat. In McDowell County, filming the FCI Correctional Facility. No, you didn't see it? Okay, this is where I'll play it then. Let me get this up. Let me do it this way, for fuck's sake. We'll refresh everybody's memory. We'll do Ricky Robert Jones first. Here we go.
Doing all right.
You mind if I can start my camera?
That's fine. My camera's going as well.
All right, good. What's your name and badge number before we get started?
It's Trevor Jones with
And
the West Virginia
please,
State.
can you step back?
Hey, first of all, let's get something. Your name, sir?
Tuga.
Your real name?
I don't have to give that to you.
All right.
I haven't broken any laws, have
Okay.
I?
Yes, sir. Actually,
What?
this is federal property. It doesn't.
No,
it
that's
says,
federal property. This is a public road.
no, sir. You're parked on that side of the road.
No. See the fence right there?
Again, sir. Would you
This
let me?
is an
Would you?
easement.
Would you call me? Would you allow me to
This is
explain?
an easement, sir.
Would you allow me to explain?
I'm allowed to park alongside the road when my vehicle breaks down, right?
Okay. Is your vehicle broke down?
Certainly is.
Do you need a tow truck?
No, sir, I don't. It's overheated.
Okay. Again, like I said, this is federal
an
property.
easement.
Everything on this side.
No, sir,
is-
that's wrong. You're incorrect.
No, sir. It's not.
You're
But
incorrect.
But again,
This is called an easement. You have 15 feet from the center of the road for people to walk, right?
no, sir. It's not.
Yes,
right.
sir. There is no sidewalk here.
It's not the way it works.
You're wrong, sir. I'm telling you. I've done this all over the state. I've done this all over the country. There's an easement.
I'm sure that you.
There's an easement. That is not federal property. See the fence? It says do not trespass.
Yes, sir.
Okay,
Hey,
it doesn't say do not trespass here.
first of all, calm down.
You see that?
Hey, Trooper Beggs, go talk to them. Ask
You
them how
see
many
that?
times
Raven,
they've
good to
asked
see you.
them to leave
Do you see that?
and go from there. I can see. I can see the fence.
That is do not trespass.
Yes, sir. But again, all this in front of
telling me-
this.
No. He's telling me not to film. He said I can stand here.
Yeah, you can stand here. There's no what you're filming. There's no issue with that.
Right.
We're trying to get to the bottom of it to make sure there's nothing else
This is
going
an
on.
easement.
Yeah.
This is public property.
Like I said, what I'm trying to get at, okay, if you would sit and just calm down a minute. I'm sure that you've gone around the state, you've had other incidents
I've
with
been doing
officers,
this
those
for a
states.
very, very long time.
Okay.
I've filmed federal buildings. I've filmed prisons.
There's no law against that.
That's
okay.
that's exactly right.
What we're trying to figure out is if there's a trespassing complaint. Okay. There's no
See that
issues.
trespassing sign right there, not fence?
Yes.
Is
yes.
there one here?
Like I said, the property line runs all the way over to the
Do
roadway.
they have? Is this their property right here?
Yes, sir.
No,
if
sir,
it's
it isn't.
federal prison.
It's an easement.
No, sir. It's not
No,
the way that
this
works.
is state property right here.
Yes. This is federal property. Okay.
That's federal property right there.
As soon as you come up the road here,
I've already checked the GIS survey.
everything on this side is
checked the
federal property.
GIS survey.
Everything on this
I have
is.
checked the GIS. I don't do this without making sure that this is public property and where not to go.
Would you allow me to explain? it then?
Certainly.
Okay. Again, we're trying to see if there's a trespassing complaint. But you're getting excited over nothing. You're trying to goat somebody into trying to violate your rights so you can sue. This
See, there you go.
This isn't my first rodeo
There
with
you
incidents
go.
like this.
You're
okay?
assuming again, aren't you?
Just like you're assuming that I'm here to arrest you or do something like that.
Well, you
this
are,
is a
because that's their property right there.
actually all this in front of
It
it's
is
their
not.
property. That mountain right there is their property.
It is not. That's
It is.
ridiculous.
It is.
That's the most
Again-
ridiculous. Come on, dude. You're gonna be They're gonna laugh at that one. Oh my gosh.
if that's-
Can you say that again? Can you say
Again,
that mountain over there is
Yes,
is,
everything up here is federal property on this side of the road.
No.
Not on this side.
No, listen, here, listen. There's at least a 15-foot.
It's not a 15-foot
Yeah,
easement.
15 or
It's-
25, depending on what size of the road is.
Okay, if you've done the
If
research,
I'm,
is it
if I'm
15 or
jogging,
25?
or if I'm riding my bicycle, the government has to provide a walkway, correct? Or an emergency pull-off.
And that's what the roadway's for.
Well,
If you-
I
there's no
I pulled off
bicycle.
here.
There's no bicycle lanes here.
That's right. That's why you have to walk on the easement.
So again, like I
If
said,
the government put a bicycle lane in here, it'd be different, or a sidewalk. Otherwise, I can't walk on the road because it's illegal. I
No,
have to walk.
there's no law against
Sure
walking on the
there is.
road. No, there's not. You
Okay,
have to
then.
yield. Did you took your driver's handbook, right? You took your driving test. And I'm sure in the driving book it says you
I'm
have to yield.
55 years old, man.
Then you know you have to yield to pedestrians. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay, so if I'm walking on the road like
What?
this, that's yielding to pedestrians.
You have to walk on the easement.
Again,
Otherwise, you can get a ticket for walking in the road.
that's only if a sidewalk is provided for you. Okay.
There is no sidewalk provided. So I have to
Exactly,
walk
so
here.
there wouldn't be a citation there, okay?
All right.
So again, what we're trying to figure out is if there's a trespassing complaint. Do you understand that? There's no law against you filming or anything like that.
You tell me under threat of arrest,
Did I say that? I never said that. I'm
Listen,
said we're here
let's
to.
just cut to the chase.
I'm investigating a trespassing complaint. Okay, that's what we're trying to figure out here. So, like I said, you video.
Let me
There's no
tell
an
you.
issue with that. Okay, but right
If
now we're here to
You are
investigate.
threatening me that you're going to arrest me for trespass.
I never said
I
that.
will leave and I will take this up in court, in a civil court with you and the government.
And again, that's what we're getting to.
No,
Again,
these
what
are
I'm
the
saying.
last resorts we have to use when we want to do an investigation on a prison.
No, sir. The
I'm an
investigation.
independent- I'm an investigative journalist.
Do you have your ID on you? Do you have your investigative?
Do you
have
need a ID
If you're-
for First Amendment speech?
No, sir. But if you're,
It's the same thing. The press is the First Amendment, dude.
Yes, but normally with the press and everything, they have IDs,
that's
right?
mainstream media. That's not press.
No, that isn't, sir.
Yes,
Anytime
sir,
that you
no.
have to, you have to show ID. You have to show ID when you go
No,
to
you
public
don't.
things. You do, because I've worked
What
on it.
government entity issues the press pass?
Again, sir, I'm trying to decide whether or not
I'm an
you're trespassing
investigative
or not.
journalist doing a story on this jail.
Okay, that's fine. There's nothing wrong with that. Have you set up appointments to talk to
You
anybody
don't
or
have
anything
to.
like
That's why we have the First Amendment right to the press.
Yes, exactly. But
Just
if you're
like
going
we
to
have the
speak
right
to
to
somebody,
say fuck you if we want to. Not saying you.
yes, I understand
Right?
that. But do you understand? I'm here to.
I don't need a license to film.
No.
Filming is not illegal.
I'm not saying-
Investigating and disseminating information as the press do not need a press pass.
No, sir. There's no law
Of
against
course
filming.
not.
So again,
So now
I'm asking
you ask me for a press pass, and I am not going to give it to you because I don't need one.
Did I? Okay, you don't have to give it to me. Again, how
All right.
did?
So let's break it down.
Again, we're here on a trespassing
I got other
complaint.
places to be. I got other places to film. So if you're going to threaten to trespass me,
Again, we're here to
I will
investigate.
leave.
So again, I'll need to see your driver's license.
there's
this
no.
is
I did not break any law.
First of all, let me break something down for you. Under the state
I
of
did
West
not break any law.
Under the state of West Virginia, I can just not
That's
ask
not
you.
true.
It is.
You have to have reasonable, articulable suspicion
A trespassing-
to ask for. Listen,
We're
you
here
know
to
who-
investigate
you know
a
who
trespassing
the civil rights
complaint.
attorney is John Bryan.
I'm very familiar with Mr.
Okay,
Bryan.
John's my attorney.
Okay,
so
good.
if you want to root around with John for a while, he'll take you to task.
That's fine. Again, I'm going to ask you for your
I
driver's
don't have it
license.
on me right now.
What? Can you tell me what your name
Didn't mean
and
to,
date of birth?
blah, blah, blah. I did not commit a crime.
Again, this is an
I
investigation.
am allowed to leave once
Not-
ordered to leave by a law enforcement officer.
They asked you to
So,
leave early.
I'm
Is that
leaving
correct?
now.
No, sir. You're not until you identify.
All right, I'm just going to sit here and remain silent.
All right, sir. Go ahead and put your hands behind your back. You're under arrest for obstructing.
Do you want me to give you your
Please,
license?
sir,
I will
please.
give you my license.
No,
It's in
sir.
the car.
Please put your hands behind your
It's in the
back.
car. It's in the car.
Please behind your back. Put your other hand back here, please. See your cuffs? He's a bigger guy. I don't want his.
Thank you.
I don't want him.
All right, Steve. What do you think about that? What did everybody think about that? 1 minute of silence as they were rolling in, 7 minutes before arrest. You know, the bell, the warning said, woo, incoming, 7 minutes till arrest, ding, 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 6 minutes till arrest, ding, 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 ding. 5 minutes till arrest, ding, ding. I mean, that went fucking quick. That was the fucking quickest investigation I've ever fucking seen, Trooper. I don't think I've ever seen such a quick, thorough investigation in my whole entire life, Ricky Robert Jones. You pathetic piece of fucking West Virginia State Trooper shit. Now, let me talk to you about the prosecution team down there. Later. There was a teaser later in the law library. We're going to talk about the prosecutor, Miss Puckett. I could come up with some names for her. And she has been delaying for 8 months. I've been waiting trial. But we'll get into Miss Puckett in the law library. John D. Nicola, I meant to mention you. I saw you pop in here. good to see you, my brother. I haven't seen all you people in such a long time. It feels good to communicate. I have not been out of my bunkhole literally for 2 months, only to go to court. I've been stuck in my bunkhole with these people. But we've separated. We've separated into our own rooms, our own caverns. I got tired of these fuckers. We got each other pissed off, right, Steve? And Dweeb? I mean, it was terrible. You saw Homie earlier. He just barges in anywhere in his underwear. It's terrible. But anyhow, I digress. I have not been out of my bunkhole literally in 2 months. I don't have my equipment to film or document the torment that I go through out there. That's why I film everywhere I go. To document the fucking idiots out there, because whenever I used to go and say they're idiots, they would say, well, you're crazy. And crazy beats idiot any day in court, if you know what I mean. They tried, but they all failed with the crazy thing. But anyhow, I digress again. So within 7 minutes, a little over 7 minutes, this trooper, Jenny James, good to see you. MSCM11, good to see you. McDowell County is the subject matter. 8 months waiting for trial. Miss Puckett delaying and delaying, which is fine. I'll get to that. So, I'll get back to the video. Within 7 minutes, he did his investigation. He found probable cause. Why? Why am I being arrested? Here we go. Let him tell you. Shall he? Steve, get out of there. Thank you. Our player's been acting funny, so does that every.
We'll take his GoPro and his phone. That's going to be taken as evidence. We'll get a search warrant for it as well.
Harry Frost, good to see you.
Is that too tight? No.
Yes, it is.
I'll adjust them and I'll lock them down on you, okay?
My license is in my car. If you would let me get it.
We're past this, sir. I tried to explain to you. We're trying to decide on what a trespassing.
You have to leave me go.
No, sir. It's too late by this.
In order to leave, I have to leave.
I didn't give you an order to leave.
That's right. You haven't given me an order to leave yet. I never got to that point.
No, you didn't. This is an investigation. You're under.
No, see, I have to be warned to leave first by you.
No,
then once you
that's not the way that works.
Once you see, yes, it is.
You see these? You see this CO right here?
They didn't tell me to leave. They told me not to film.
These are the. There's no law against filming.
That's what I'm saying.
There's no law.
This is ridiculous.
Is one of y'all Willis?
Listen.
Who was Willis? I talked to on the phone.
They never told me that I had to leave.
Go ahead and.
They never told me I had to leave.
Like I said, that will be.
They told me to stop filming.
Well, like I said, and I asked you for your ID. And anytime there's an investigation,
they never.
You have to identify. Okay.
Let me give you.
Mr. Bryant will be able to tell you all about this.
That's that name again. I don't understand.
You're not being arrested for trespassing.
What am I being arrested for?
Obstructing, failure to identify when I asked for your driver's license.
No. You have to fucking have a crime first.
And that's what we was trying to identify.
You didn't get to the trespassing part.
Exactly, because you wouldn't allow us.
Well, you can't give me. You have to give me a warning to leave first.
No, sir. You're not being charged with trespassing.
Yes.
Not being charged with trespassing.
What am I being trespassed with?
You're not being charged with trespassing. You're being charged with obstructing.
Obstructing what? What crime?
Obstructing an officer by failure to identify.
A failure to identify is a secondary charge.
Take that off, sir.
You have to have a primary charge first. You have to have a primary charge first.
In the state of West Virginia,
you cannot.
Anytime, do you want me to talk or do you want to keep doing?
Well, the thing is I haven't been warned to go yet.
In the state of West Virginia, anytime there's a criminal investigation, you have to identify yourself when a police officer. Okay, there's Supreme Court law on that.
There is Supreme Court law on
it. So walk over to my car.
Thank you for putting handcuffs on, Luke.
Yeah, I'm not going to do it. I'm going to tie them and make sure they don't talk
Oh,
down
can
on
you
you.
get my wallet? I need bail money.
I will.
It's in my vehicle.
You got my
Notice-
keys, Troop?
And lock my
Notice
vehicle up, please.
how
Your
I
vehicle is actually going to be
identified
towed
right away.
because we can't leave it here if something happens
Give
to
me my
it.
wallet.
We will be,
Give
we'll
me
be
my
held liable
wallet.
for it, okay? You bring my cuffs, sir.
If it is as good it does.
You have to give a person an opportunity to leave.
You're not being charged with trespassing. I've already explained that
Because
to
you
you.
have to let me leave before you detain and arrest. You have to give me that opportunity.
I asked you
You
twice for
asked
your
me
ID.
for my ID. You did not tell me to leave.
Grab there. Like I said, you can talk to Mr. Bryant. And if you feel like you've been wrong, then he can file his paperwork in court, and we can go from there, and you have your day in court, okay?
You will too.
You will too. It's coming, Trooper Ricky.
It's up there on the top.
Jones.
Right there. It's about y'all's fault. Like I said, he's been doing this for a little bit. So.
We appreciate it.
That's no problem. Who was Willis that I was speaking to?
in the car right there.
He's in the car here. Let me go talk to him. Go ahead and have K&D come up and run his driver's license. I also need a triple I on him as well.
This
You
is
will-
only
Okay. Come back here
Trooper
so I can talk to
Ricky
you.
Robert
okay?
Jones's video and audio. Or just audio. This is not Lee
All right.
Banks' audio.
I talked to you on the phone. We were dealing with a sex offender registration. You called and you said you had somebody up here that was trespassing, and you had asked to leave on the phone. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. If you could just from start to finish tell me what happened, how it started, and what you did.
Sure, absolutely. All right, so first got off notification from the operations lieutenant that there was a gentleman down
Okay.
at the end.
And then just to clarify,
Okay.
everything on this side of the road is federal property. Is that correct? Everything on this side, because we used to have a lease
Yes,
over here for
yes.
hunting. All of this is state property.
Right.
So this doesn't have anything to do with the federal.
Right.
That's correct, right? Everything on this side, federal property, correct? Okay.
Right.
Go ahead.
All right, so he's sitting down there. He's got his camera up. I go down there, approach him because, like I said, I'm responding to someone who's filming
Yeah.
outside of the perimeter. Asked the gentleman what he's doing. He said it's none of my fucking business.
Yeah.
You know, he's very combative, very argumentative. He says, you know, leave me alone. I don't have to say this, don't say that. I said,
Yeah.
sir, you can't film a federal correctional institution. You're on federal property. You need to
And where was
leave.
he at when you first came in contact with him?
Down at the bottom of the hill.
Was he on this side of the road, or was he on this? Was he on the side of the road where the institute was, or was he on?
He was like parallel. He's in the middle.
Okay.
Right, so at the time, he's got his tripod set up in front of his car. He's filming right
Okay.
first make contact.
Yeah.
And then, of course, he's being combative, argumentative. Notify operations lieutenant. Operations lieutenant comes down.
Okay.
Then he kind of starts. At one point, he comes over here, doesn't he? He comes over here to the side. Like he's moving all about. So,
And the entire time was he on the property?
well.
He
the
was you here as well?
Yes.
Okay. So he.
When I came down, he was right in the corner on our property.
Okay. So again, I spoke to him. Everything on this side of the road is federal property. That's the way it's always been understood. Because there was a lease over here, and this.
Ricky Robert Jones, Super Trooper, Ricky Robert Jones, are you leading your witness givers? Why don't you just tell them what to eat for lunch, you fucking asshole? You dickhead. A little bit of leading, are you? Are you trying to develop the crime after the arrest, Ricky Robert? That's called fruit from a poisonous tree, Ricky Robert. See, we're in PP-13, so we can talk frank. I mean, let's talk Ricky Robert, but frank, you know what I mean? We get to divulge these things about how incompetent and inept these fuckers are. In a plain fashion manner. The people speak, per se. Not political speak, not female speak, or stupid fucking male speak. Cars and, bowling leagues, football. So we could talk plain without any of them man-female political battles, right? We could speak plainly, correct? So, Ricky Robert, you arrested me for many times, you told me. At least, I think I counted 8 times. And I'm actually trying to help you out at this point, Ricky Robert. Don't take it as constructive criticism. Don't take it as I'm being mean and evil like you fuckers like to. Take it constructively. And you people will understand when we get into the law library what this fucker's trying to do. They're going to be like, what? Okay. But Steve, where's Steve? Sorry, Steve. Sorry, Steve. Forgot to bring you on. What do you think, Steve? I mean, Dwayne, how you doing? But Steve, this is incredible, isn't it? McDowell County exposed. Oh my goodness, where the fuck did you come from? McDowell County exposed. Was that McDowell County, Florida? Hawaii? McDowell County, Hawaii? Ooh. Okay. Ricky Robert, we're in PP-13 because this is where you fucking deviant fuckers are created. Where you're learned and educated on thug tactics instead of the law. Writing tickets. You're a state trooper. You should know this shit. I'm going to undress you like a fucking recruit. Right here in PP-13. How about that, Steve? Isn't that great? That's fantastic. So, line the fuck up on them footprints, Ricky Robert. And don't move a fucking inch. I don't care if them sand fleas fucking eat the fuck out of your ears. You just stand right there, Ricky Bobby, and keep your fucking mouth shut and learn something. Okay? Ricky Robert? Jones? Bobby for short. I already got one Bobby. Robert. I'm just going to call him Robert. You get a strap like Ricky Bobby in there if you want to. All right. My cousin's name's Bobby. And it's a she. How about that then, Blue Line Slayer? Right? Good cover. Okay. Inside joke. Let's get back to Ricky Robert. Now, I identified right away, as soon as his handcuffs. He called it backtracking in his affidavit. As soon as I placed handcuffs on the subject, he began to backtrack, Ricky Robert said. And he said, I'll just give you my ID, and you can let me go. No, I realized once I was under arrest, I was obligated to give you my ID, you fucking stupid fucker. Are you still standing there still? Learning? Listening, Ricky Robert? Okay, good. You arrested me right after I said, I'm just going to remain silent, Ricky Robert. I spoke the words, okay, I'm just going to remain sit here and remain silent. You instantly said you're under arrest. So, Ricky Robert, are you retaliating against me because I invoked my right to remain silent, you stupid fucker? You knew exactly who the fuck I was. You knew exactly what the fuck I was doing. I explained what I was doing. I gave you information that I didn't even have to fucking give you. Like I'm a reporter. I'm doing a fucking investigation on this jail. This is the property line. I gave you more information that was proper fucking information, you douchebag, than you ever got from them initially. That's called a proper investigation. You asked me in the video, well, do you know what a proper... Soon, I'll let you watch. That's the things that I could just remember that you fucked up in 7 minutes. I'm sure I'll remember a few as we watch the videos. Are you hanging in there with me, everybody? Lady Zaga, good to see you. Barry Frost, I don't know if I said hello to you, but good to see you. Okay, if you need a break, just let me know, but we're going to go continue on with the arrest video because Joe Cole hasn't seen it yet.
It's a state property on this side, right?
Yeah, leading the witnesses, Trooper Ricky Bobby. I think so.
So everything over here is federal property. Okay.
Is there any way?
Let me finish talking to him, and then I'll talk to you. Okay.
That's fine.
Okay. So what happened next?
So forth, when operations lieutenant responds,
Uh-huh.
he makes contact with the individual, gets the same response. The whole time the gentleman's been very argumentative, very combative. Then he starts moving his vehicle, moves his equipment, then he comes over here on the side. And at that time, his car is parked on the side of the road. He does step out.
Okay.
He begins filming again. Then he gets angry at that. Then he comes up here. We move here to monitor his activities.
Uh-huh.
He's on this side of the road again.
Okay. On y'all's property.
Right.
Still.
He's
Okay, let me ask you. Steve, you've been up here the whole time. Okay, let me ask you. I'll just keep me up here. And Steve. Didn't he just say that I moved? So, even if, which they didn't, even if they asked me to leave, move, go away, sir. I moved twice. Well, I moved once and then the second final place. I moved further up the road, like about at least 1/8 of a mile up the road. And I parked. I got out and I started filming again. And that's where he's explaining right now that I moved up. That's where they got me, but they were riding the inside of their fence line that had the signs on it that said, do not trespass. The ones that I pointed at, see the no trespassing signs? The length of that quarter mile long fence. It's the longest fucking straight fence I've ever seen. I bet it wasn't even off a 1/16 of an inch at the end. That's how precise that fucker was. And then all of a sudden, I point out, look at the fucking no trespassing signs. Exactly, probably 100 feet right across, right on each third pole or fourth pole or 10 feet, 10, 20, 30, the 10th pole. There it is. Are all these people that fucking stupid that they were riding on the inside of that fence? But when the police show up, Boopy Warden, acting warden, the female, did you see her? Did you see the lady in red? Lady in red. She's the acting warden. Now they all come out and now they're giving their witness statements. Well, the trooper's giving them information to say, if you know what I mean. But here we go. She's dancing with me. Here we go.
right over there. Then when y'all make contact, he's forced to laugh.
Then whenever I made you made contact,
Okay.
he was up there.
Okay. Did you ever ask him to leave yourself?
Yes.
Okay. How many times?
Like once. I asked him, like I said, when I first made contact, asked him what he's doing. Told me none of my business.
I know that you have a FCI McDowell cap on. Did you identify yourself as a FCI officer employed with the prison?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay.
And then I asked him to leave, and then that's when he was very, argumentative. That's when I called Lieutenant Payne.
Okay.
And then we went from there.
All right. I will get your information in just a second, and then I'll talk to you real quick. Okay. You can come down here. Are you the lieutenant?
Yes,
Okay. Can you tell me what happened from the time you got the call?
All
I
right.
got the call, came down here with Mr. Will.
All right. Let me tell you about this lieutenant right here. on the documents, the witness list and all of that, they were spelling his name two different ways. One was with an M and one was with an L. One was Mooney and one was Looney. That's all, folks. Okay? So I kept on calling him Lieutenant Looney, thinking I was wrong. But I'm right. It's Lieutenant Looney. That's all, folks. So this is Lieutenant Looney that had the big chew in. Now watch this motherfucker spit. He's a professional spitter. I couldn't be. I chew. You just saw me with my spittoon. I'm a professional chewer. This motherfucker could probably spit a mile. Okay, here we go.
He is on our corner of our property.
Okay.
He asked if I chewed, and I said, yes, sir. I said, can you please stop filming our institution? And I said, you can film anything else you want to. I have no problem with that. Just please do not film the inmates that we have right here.
Okay, but he was on FCI property when he was filming. Okay.
Right, so then he walks towards his car, which is now on the road.
Okay.
Okay. So then he starts, of course, threatening.
When you say threatening, what did he say?
Come on and touch me, I'll show you.
Okay.
So it's all right.
Okay.
He's got the
Yeah.
And so I'm just gonna, you're combative, can you please leave?
Okay.
You're awful combative, you're cussing awful lot, can you please leave?
Okay.
And then he just starts coaching me, trying to get me to go.
Oh.
So then he moves up here. We move in the field. He's trying to bait me on this road.
Yeah.
So I went on our property.
Okay.
And so I asked him to leave 6 more times.
Okay.
He moves up, asked him to leave again, and then he gets
The entire time that he was on, you asked him to leave. It was all on this side of the road. It was all on FCI
And I told
property.
him he was on FCI property.
At any point in time, did he say his vehicle was broke down or anything like that? Did he ever say that he was having any mechanical issues?
No, sir.
He didn't say anything like that to you.
No,
When he pulled out and moved from place to place, did you notice anything wrong with the vehicle? Did you making any smoke? Did you see any flames? Did you hear anything that would think he's having mechanical issues? Nothing like that. Okay. All right. I think that's all the questions I have. Just for future use, there's no law that we can enforce about him just filming the prison. I mean, if he was sitting on this side of the road, because again, this isn't federal property, he could stay here all day long and just and film, and there'd be nothing we can do about it. As far as him being on your property, that's trespassing. He can't be there. He's asked to leave several times by you and also Willis. So he'll be charged with trespassing, asked to leave, and also obstructing.
So even if this is just a question, it's in our policy and in our Department of Justice BOP policy that they cannot film the inmates or our.
But just because it's a policy doesn't make it a law, though. You see what I'm saying? There's nothing, yeah.
Okay.
Because we have
sure.
we have policies and stuff like that, but just because it's in our policy and we have to go by it, there's not a law for it. So like I said, if he was sitting on this side, he could have filmed all day long, and there's nothing that we could have charged him with. But since he was actually on his side, and then he refused to identify, that's the reason he is like he is. So we're gonna have a tow truck come pick his ride up since he's having mechanical issues. We can't leave it sitting there just in case an inmate would happen to hop the fence. That would be a way for them to escape. And then again, it's on y'all's property. You can have it removed. I'm just gonna get some information from you and from Willis, and then we'll be out of here. Okay?
I appreciate it.
That was the rules and regulations of FCI, McDowell, that I was just showing you.
Acting warden right now.
Okay, Ricky Jones.
They can only do something if he comes
Up on the property. If he's sitting over here, as long as he's not, people driving by and he's not screaming, threatening, or anything like that, and he's just sitting there and he's just videoing, there's really nothing you can do about that, because there's no law against that. Because technically over here is public property, but once you get on this side, that's y'all's property, and y'all have control over that and who does what and how they do it that way.
Okay.
So.
Okay.
For fuck's sake, how many times can you explain the property line to you? To him, you fucking dickhead. Uh-oh. What happened? Is there technical difficulties? What the fuck happened, Trooper? Ricky Bobby? I think you're having technical difficulties with your camera and your rig. What do you think, Steve? Do you think he's having difficulties? You think that's Huh. Well, let's see what happens. Oh, no, nothing? Okay, what we're going to do is we're going to fast forward through the silence and the no video from Ricky Robert. Here we go. All right, here we go. They're going to walk back, and that's when Ricky Robert Jones's microphone, body cam activates. Me and Trooper Jones, you fucking dickhead. I love you, but I hate you. Saying, what's going on? I don't understand. What are you saying? What's Tugga telling them? What Tugga? What are you saying? Huh? Can't hear you, Tugga. Tugga, please tell me
what's recording. And then when you're released from the hospital,
audio.
we'll come get you, okay?
Yep.
527 control.
Go ahead.
Control, can you send DMS up here? This individual's advising that he is having a heart attack.
Is the magistrate at the jail?
No, sir, he's not.
Magistrate ain't going to be in until Monday?
Magistrate only comes in on the weekends in the morning and in the evening.
Just
so he's going to be here tomorrow morning?
Main road,
yes, sir.
as you cut up onto SCI, or you actually out of the facility?
They'll run right into us. We're on the main road.
I'm going to fast forward a little bit.
Yeah, I'll pop that for you. I'm going to go.
So uncalled for, man.
No, sir, this could have easily been. This could have easily been prevented.
No.
Go ahead and step out for me. Since you're having a heart attack, I'll take him off over and make you a little more comfortable.
I am.
Have you had a heart attack before?
I've had heart problems.
Or are you hurting at so I can let EMS know? What symptoms?
My left and my fucking chest.
Your left what?
Shoulder.
Your left shoulder? Could that be just from being in handcuffs?
I'm sorry.
That's okay. It's your fault there.
You understand that there's no crime here.
There is a crime.
That's an easement, man. It's a 15 minute, 15
Like I said,
easement.
go ahead and grab your seat there. You'll be transported to the hospital. They'll run some tests. And once you're... Here, let me help you up there.
No. Let me just bend over for a second.
Okay. You need me to help you hold you up there?
I really appreciate the kindness, but...
Your camera's still rolling too. Good. These are yours.
Is your camera still rolling, dickhead?
People up off the
Yeah.
street and shit.
That's not what this is.
Yeah, see, I'm picked up off the street here. You just picked me right up off the street and threw me in handcuffs without having them tell me to leave at all.
Well, apparently the good thing with your phone and stuff, you was recording down there, and they're saying that they asked you to leave 6 or 7 different times.
No, they told me not to record. I got it on film, man.
Well, that's good. That's why we're going to get a search warrant for your cell phone and also your GoPro.
I don't consent to any searches.
That's why we're getting a search warrant, and it'll be in their position until we go to court. Okay?
Hey, it's good for me that they confiscated my camera. It's good for me that they're going to get a search warrant for my camera and my phone. Isn't that a great deal? Yes, he said obstruction 8 times. I'm being arrested for obstruction first. He threw me in there in 7 minutes from meeting me. So, just wait for it, Jack off Jack. Just wait for it. But that's in the law library. We ain't there yet. So don't skip ahead. Don't be presumptive, Jack off Jack. I think that's the word. Presumptive, presuming what's going to happen. But you're on track. Don't get dejected because you were right on the money. But you're too early. You're blowing your wad too early. Right, Steve? You know about that. But anyhow. Here we go.
Here you go, trooper bags. So you don't have to give...
I understand that there's an easement. People have to walk alongside the road.
We
You just can't stop and ask somebody for ID.
No, sir. When I was explaining to you that this was part of an investigation, that was the issue to where you have to identify. State Supreme Court.
You have to give me an opportunity to leave first.
No, sir. That's not the way it works. But like I said, I'm not going to argue with you because I don't want to cause any more stress or anything like that to you because you're having some chest pains. So I'll sit here with you just in case you fall out until EMS gets here. Okay?
Listen, it's so basic. It's really law 101. That you have if you have to give a trespass warning first. They never gave me a trespass warning. They told me not to film. They said I was fine where I was standing because they knew it was public property. They just wanted me to turn my camera, and I refused to, so I moved up here.
No, there's no law against filming the
No, there
incident.
isn't a law against filming, and I'm on an easement. I was never on their property, and you could plainly see that.
Well, like I said, everything to that side.
You could plainly see
like
that.
I said, I'm not going to argue with you. What's said is done, and I don't want to give you any more.
You could plainly see that that's a public easement. The public has the right to walk and film here. And if they tell you to leave, then you refuse. Then you could call the police, and they have to tell you to leave.
No, they are federal correctional institutions. They are over the land.
They have no jurisdiction out here. You do.
Out there on their property, they do.
This is not their property. This is a public road.
I'm not going to sit here and argue with you. I don't want to cause you any more stress.
This is a public road.
Like I said,
you just can't scoop somebody up because somebody over there says that I was trespassing.
Well, like I said, it's a good thing that you recorded everything.
People up. Don't you understand that? That's why I want to see a supervisor, because he'd tell you. You just can't scoop people up alongside the road and say, give me your ID because you're trespassing because somebody said that you were. You just can't do that.
Do you know how investigations work?
I know how investigations work.
So in order for me to decide whether or not you're trespassing or not, I have to ask questions. Do you agree with that?
All you have to do is you have to say leave. And then if I don't leave, then you could demand ID.
No, sir, that's
not the way it works. Yes, sir, that's the way it works.
Like I said, Mr. Bryant, you can be able to...
And then if you come back on property, then you get the ID in a criminal trespass. There's a difference between trespass and criminal trespass. You jump straight to a criminal trespass, man.
Can you tell me the difference between those two trespasses?
A trespass is the landowner, if you're on their property, has to give you the opportunity to leave.
They have to tell you to leave.
They have to give you the opportunity to leave.
Have to tell you to leave. Is that correct?
They never told me to leave. They told me to stop filming.
Both of them said that they told you at least.
They aren't telling you the truth.
Well, like I said, everything's going to be captured on your. Everything's going to be captured on your cell phone and your GoPro.
But I'm going to spend the night in jail. How's that fair?
Well, sir, this could have been easy. This could have been easily.
How would you like to be scooped up off the street and demanded ID? And
well, calm down. I don't want you to get yourself upset or anything. Okay?
I did nothing wrong. I was standing.
Well, like I said, you will have your day in court.
But look at my horn. Look at my hands.
Those cuffs aren't made for comfort. I made sure they were loose.
This is punishment.
I made sure they were loose. They didn't cut into your skin.
You have been great.
I have.
And I do appreciate that. I really do. I do this across the country.
Yes.
Okay, I film.
There's
a DHS memo of 2018 stating that the citizens are allowed to film.
There's not an issue here with the filming. There's no issue whatsoever.
They had the issue with filming. That's why they told me to leave. Because they said not because I wasn't trespassing. Because they said I was filming. They didn't have an issue with me standing there.
Filming isn't the issue. Okay, filming. You can film anything.
That's what I'm saying.
There's not an issue with your filming. And that's also hang on a second.
But I never trespassed for them to tell me to go.
Well, listen, let me explain to you what they've told me, and then you've recorded everything, so that's going to help us out when it goes to court. It's going to be able to clear everything.
Yeah, but I don't have access to that film. You do.
Yeah, that's why I'm going to get a search warrant for your phone.
But you won't give that to me.
You'll get your phone and stuff back after the court is over with.
But that's too much down the road.
That's possible.
I won't be able to access my video then.
No, sir, you will not. Not until we go to court.
How am I supposed to defend myself?
You will get a call. There's something called voir dire.
Freedom of information.
No, sir. Anything that we use to charge you with, your attorney will be able to get everything. So once we get that video back from the lab, you'll be able to copy of that.
Just scoop people up off the side of the road because of business, and they're a business tells you that somebody's trespassing. You can't just scoop them up alongside the road and demand ID.
Exactly.
You have to show a crime first, which trespassing is a crime.
Yes, sir. And they said that you were on their property down at the end, and that they asked you to leave.
I was in the same position. I was in the same position. I was right alongside the road here.
Yes. See, Steve, Again, my camera is going to help them, but not me. I won't have access to that, sir. And I've been trying. Oh, just wait until we get into the law library. I don't want to jump ahead. I got on Jack Off Jack for jumping ahead. I've been asking for my equipment back, but unfortunately, Trooper Jones needs it for his investigation. Crime Lab, West Virginia State Troopers, the best of the best in the country. Crime Lab, wait. I'm in PP-13. I can only discuss disgusting fucking putrid pieces of shit like Trooper Ricky Bobby Jones. Robert, sorry. So let's continue to discuss this putrid piece of shit who does not understand anything about the law. And yes, I'm making a few errors here in what I'm saying. I'm having a hard time articulating exactly what trespassing is. But you get the general idea. I've made some mistakes here, but not factual mistakes. They're just, whenever I got my stuttering kicked in and my mind to mouth kind of just disconnected at times. Okay? So whenever I was trying to explain, property lines, which I'm beating a dead horse anyhow. But I wanted to get him to say as many times as I possibly could that I'm not arresting you for that, which is a crime, trespassing. Now give me your ID. I wanted to get him to say that so many times and he thought he was baiting me, you stupid fucker. I'm going to bait this auditor in. Yeah, I'll show everybody how to deal with this auditor. I'm going to go down in history at the Academy for the video of the year. It's going to go viral across state polices all across the country. They might even call Ricky Robert in to teach everybody else how to deal with auditors. It's his big moment to shine. And he's going to show him. Is that what it seems like to you? Give me a 1 if that sounds good. Or 2 if it's like you're out of your fucking mind. Okay. I continue while you throw your 1s and 2s up.
Up there, and again, talking.
All right. There we go.
Lieutenant, and that's that lady.
Lying. They don't know the law.
That lady with the warden. All the property over here.
No. She they put that fence there for a reason.
Okay.
They
well, you can talk. I'm not going to argue with you anymore. So you can talk, and we'll sit and listen to you. Okay.
That fence is the embankment. I've looked at the GIS survey before I got here. I know what I know. They're in error. So I'm being punished and I'm being handcuffed and taken to jail because they're in error. They're in error. They aren't lying. They just don't know. I tried to tell them DHS memo of 2018 says I'm allowed to videotape any federal buildings from public property, foyers, hallways, and corridors. I was simply filming because I'm doing a story. My brother died in prison at 34 years old 20 years ago. This is why I do this. I film prisons, that's it. It's as simple as that. I don't have to inform you what I'm doing by law. I'm not required by law to tell you what I'm doing. You should have done your investigation instead of instantly handcuffing me. You didn't even talk to them before you handcuffed me. You said you were doing your investigation. Well, you're supposed to go to the complaining party first and then come to me. You just scooped me right up. Do you understand the problem with that? You said, do I know how to do an investigation? Well, that's how you do a proper investigation. You go to the party that calls you to get the information, and then you come out and continue your investigation. And then you detain if you have to, or arrest if you have to.
ahead.
You just scooped
Go
me up off
ahead.
the side of the road and handcuffed me. Even before you talked to them. Do you see how insane that is?
Do you not
Is your
think,
body cam on?
Yes, sir, it is. Do you not think that I spoke to one of them on the telephone before I
But
came out
that's
here?
not the same as doing a proper investigation.
Okay.
You see, your body cam's going to catch it. Now, your body cam caught it, and that's good. That I just explained how to do an investigation to you.
Mm-hmm.
Before you just pulled up here, and I got out of my vehicle, and you scooped me up and demanded my ID.
So we didn't talk, or I didn't try to ask you for anything, where you were parked, or
No,
how you
you
was
should talk to
doing.
them first.
There's two parties. That's why this trooper
But
right
they're
here.
the calling party, not me. I didn't need your help. They did.
Well, apparently you did, because you said your vehicle was broke down.
It was, but I didn't call you.
Well, but if you're parked on the side of the road,
But I was handling that.
well, like I said, you'll have
And
your
I
day
would
in
really
court.
like to see a supervisor to clear this all up.
Monday morning,
Do you
you'll be able to see a
understand?
supervisor.
You just can't stop in the middle of the road and scoop citizens up without doing any investigation at all. If you would have probably done the proper investigation and come back and said, listen, I need your ID because they told you that I was trespassing, then I probably may have given you my ID.
Trooper, did I not say that he was being accused of trespassing? That's the
No,
reason I
but
needed
you
his
have
ID.
to talk to them first. You can't just, that's a phone call. It's called hearsay in court. A phone call is a hearsay in court before you physically talk to somebody. You don't know their name, you don't know their looks or nothing. It's hearsay on a phone call. You arrested me on hearsay.
And again, you'll have your day in court.
Hearsay, a phone call, you can't extrapolate and do a proper investigation by a phone call alone. Didn't they teach you that in trooper school? You have to do a proper investigation.
Oh, Steve, didn't they train that fucking trooper in trooper school that this is the way you do it? Then I started kicking in now, didn't I? My brain fucking kicked back in and I went away from the trespassing to actually schooling Ricky Robert Jones. Right there. Now, is he going to use that video to educate other troopers on a proper investigation? Ricky Bobby? Are you going to take this information constructively, Ricky Bobby or Robert? I keep on going Talladega Nights. I'm sorry. That's a funny fucking movie. So, Ricky Robert decides to go out there and show the world, show the trooper and the policing community. FBI is going to, maybe I work for the FBI. This will move me up. I'll be a thinker in the FBI. And we're going to work on them fucking auditors. Them people that film. And you bitches that like to do the duck lip, you're next. Duck lips are going to be outlawed soon. For good cause, but soon. That was funny. It was a funny. It was a funny. Lady Zaga says her favorite movie is Let's Be Cops. I can't remember if I've ever seen that one. All right, so I schooled them multiple times. Now they're going to use that, and hopefully they use that. Here we go.
Before you detain. And then you move from the detention to an arrest. You instantly arrested me. Do you understand how weird that is? How weird did you just pull up and just handcuffed me? Give me your ID. You're trespassing. I said this is an easement. You give me your ID. You never even let me really get that much out. You told me to keep on calming down, but I'm trying to tell you this is a public easement. This is the public. They don't have authority out here. I'm allowed to walk up and down this road without a police officer coming and yanking me off the street because they called. If a private business called out here and said, hey, there's a guy on the sidewalk filming, would you go up there and just immediately arrest them? See, I'm glad your body cam is on, because this is all really important stuff.
Yeah.
It is. You understand your error.
I'm not making an error.
You are. You didn't even talk to them first before you made...
Calm down. I don't want you to get yourself upset. EMS will be here in just a second. What we'll do,
Do you
Trip,
understand
is we'll get to the
can't...
hospital. You'll go and get your cruiser. You'll sit with him at the hospital. Once he's released, we'll go ahead and process him and go from there.
So the magistrate's going to be in tomorrow morning?
Yes, sir.
I'll be seeing first in the morning?
Yeah, babe.
What's the matter with you people? I don't get it. Another hardened criminal off the street, right? Congratulations, trooper.
You can get the keys and give it to them.
That was me. I'm sorry.
Whenever he's released from jail, he can come pick his vehicle up.
Thank you.
Yes, sir.
I'm going to have to pay for it, right?
Yes, sir. Traffic for 527.
You just can't scoop people up off the road.
Team 4 EMS
without
advised
doing
they
an
made over to
investigation
the county
first.
line and they didn't see you. Do they need to cut up and go toward FCI?
Yeah, 10-4. I advise we's up here at FCI on the main road.
Team 4, I misunderstood you. I apologize.
Did you arrest me for filming?
I've already explained that to you. I'm not going
Because
to
I
explain
wouldn't
it again.
identify. Well, you have to have a primary charge first before you identify somebody.
Again.
And then if they fail, if I commit a crime and then fail to ID, then you can add that charge on, failure to ID. Otherwise, you have to have a crime first and then charge me with failure to ID if I refuse.
Again, you'll
That's
have
how
your day.
it works.
You'll have
I'm
your day in
glad we
court.
got this on body cam again, because again, I'm educating you. How you do things.
I appreciate that.
Well, thank you. So what I'm saying is you're in the wrong, and I think you need to call a supervisor.
No, sir. You'll see I'll give you the supervisor's number, and you'll be able to talk to them.
How
Monday.
am I supposed to get it without my phone?
Find a phone. You have to either buy another one, or if you have another phone, go from there.
You're being smart, man. You know this is the way it happens. That's why you're being so calm and so sweet and so nice. Because inside you're saying, good, you dirty rotten son of a bitch, aren't you?
I'm not thinking anything like that. I've never said that. My body language, nothing. I've not raised my voice to you. I've not said anything like that.
You don't realize that you've erred here.
No, sir, I'm not.
Okay. If I committed a crime and then I failed to ID, then you could get me for failure to ID. It's a secondary charge, it's called. You arrested me for failure to ID first. Now then you brought the trespassing charge on me, right?
You were...
No, here. You arrested me for failure to ID first, right?
Again, you'll have your day in court.
Here, say yes. You arrested me for failure to ID first, correct? That's what you said, correct? You have to have a primary crime first. Then, if the person refuses to ID, then you could charge him with that.
Hey, how are y'all? How about y'all? Saying he's having some chest pain, his left shoulder's hurting. He said he's had some heart problems before in the past. You able to walk?
Good to see you, brother. Good to see you. Hey, Steve, it's Cammed Up
You touched me
Caveman.
enough,
Good to
thank
see
you.
you.
And again, before you get on there, I'm going to have to pat you down.
We're going to pull you back away from the cruiser a little bit so you got room to...
All right, that was the end of that pretty much. Now, here's what we're going to do. Steve, are you ready for this? Does anybody remember me talking a long time ago when I got arrested in McDowell County about Wingate III versus Fulford? The Fourth Circuit Court of Appeals opinion on failure to ID. Does anybody remember that? Give me a 1 if you remember Wingate III versus Fulford. Fourth Circuit, which includes West Virginia, Virginia, North Carolina. I think Tennessee, maybe. I'm not sure. South Carolina. Maybe not. Could be. Wingate versus Bullbird. Ding, 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 ding. I'm going to take a break right now. How about you, Steve? Dweeb? Dweeb, are you doing all right? Good. Keep up the good work in prison, Dweeb. Steve, are you ready to take a break? You said you want some more to smoke? 420. 420 in PP 13. Pig Precinct 13. Oh, it's grand. But here we go. Hey, entertain them. Let's do some entertainment. Yeah, dance for us, brother. Yeah. See, this is what he does when we're gone. He's there to entertain us and guard the prisoners. Perry, that's Barry. Barry, how are you doing, Barry? Barry the guard. Yes, it is 420. Hey, Dweeb. Hey, Dweeb, if I sneak some of this underneath the door, do you think you could tuck it up your butt crack to get it back to your cell? Hey, Dweeb, listen to me. I'm going to slip some of this under while the guard is doing his thing. And go ahead and stick it up your butt crack, and he ain't never going to search for it. Oh, he ain't never going to search for it. Okay, good. Good. I'll be right over. Barry Frost. Barry Frost, good to see you. Hey, Steve, what'd you think about that? Pretty good stuff, right? Thanks, Barry. Thanks a lot, Barry. All right. Ooh, I hope everybody's refreshed. I had mentioned Wingate the Third versus Fulford. Well, we have video. Remember? Are you detaining me? Well, no, sir. I just need your ID. Well, am I free to go? Well, no, sir. Not until you give me your ID. Well, then I'm not detained. No, sir. Then I'm free to go. No, sir. You need to give me your license. Then I'm not detained. No, sir. Then I'm free to go. Not until you give me your license, sir. Wingate the Third. Beautiful. Watch it. Play. My VLC player's been playing.
It's a well, in Stafford County.
Have I committed
Required.
a crime?
What's that?
Have I committed a crime?
No, I didn't say you did.
All right, then.
You're still required to
Am I free
identify
go?
yourself.
Am I free to go?
Not right now, no.
Am I being detained?
You're not detained. No.
Am I free to go?
No.
Am I being detained? If I'm not being detained, then I'm free to go.
You're not free to go until you identify yourself to me. Charlie 213 78 code 2.
Am I free to go?
Not right now, no.
Sorry about that.
Am I being detained?
You're not detained. No.
Am I free to go?
No.
am I being detained? If I'm not being detained, then I'm free to go.
You're not free to go until you identify yourself to me. Charlie 213, 78 code 2.
Delta 213, you said that?
Charlie 412, okay.
So what was what's going on with your check engine light? Like with your car? Huh? Can you keep your hands out of your pockets, please?
Sure.
This is a safety issue. So, what was your car doing?
Stuttering.
Stuttering?
Fire or something.
Okay. And what are you waiting on right now?
Nothing. I was just reading the code.
Okay.
Just waiting for it to does it again. I don't know.
Okay. So are you not going to give me your license?
Unless I've committed some type of crime.
Are you put doing service as well?
It's not about committing the crime, man. It's just identifying yourself. I gotta say, because if I say, hey, this vehicle's disabled on the side of the road, I go make contact with somebody, and then
it's not your problem until I call you guys in to deal with the problem. I haven't committed you guys at all.
That's not it at all.
Help at all.
Okay.
Simply my personal property, and I'm deciding to deal with it.
Okay. And right now you're on private property, broken down.
And I don't have any complaints. No one's
Right. Well,
complained about it.
1 in the morning. Okay. So they're not working at 1 in the morning. I'm not trying to be difficult. All I need is
not been a crime committed is what I'm getting at. Technically, you're asking me right now.
Okay.
I mean, am I free to go? I mean, obviously this is some type of situation for you. I guess you have nothing else better to do, but I'm just sitting here trying to figure out what's going on with my car.
Yeah, and I drive by and I see somebody with a hood up. So guess what I'm going to do as a police officer? I'm going to pull over and I'm going to try and help that person. And so then you've been doing nothing but give me attitude.
I haven't given you any attitude.
You have been giving me attitude.
You say so. I've been calling and
Okay. And you're just refusing to identify yourself then?
I mean, I just asked you simply, why are you asking me for my identification?
Okay. And I explained to you. I see you on the side of the road with your hood up, so I stop to make sure that you're okay. I have to attach the driver and the vehicle for who I'm speaking with. Okay? I've already attached your car, and I asked you for your license to identify yourself then. And you refused.
I actually have
also had a lot of catalytic converter theft from this area. And it's kind of weird. It's 2 o'clock in the morning, and you're out here on the side of the road in the same area where these businesses have all been hit.
Okay. I haven't committed any crimes.
Nope. Nobody said you did. All I'm asking you for is your ID.
You guys are bringing all kinds of situations. I told you what happened. My car was having check engine trouble.
Okay, and I don't doubt that for a minute, man. What's the issue?
I have no clue. It's misfire or something.
What's the issue with your ID?
Oh, there's no issue. It's just...
Okay, do we have it?
Have I committed a crime? Why do I need to issue
You are
my
committing
ID?
a crime now because you're required to give us your ID.
Have I committed a crime?
Right this second, yes. It's County Code 17-7, which requires
you guys pulled over initially. You guys initially came over to check on what's going on with my car. Now you're approaching a whole different situation.
We don't know what's going on. And now you're making it
I just told you what was going on with my car. Am I free to go?
How can we trust you if you're not even willing to identify
It's not up to me for you guys to trust me.
Okay.
It's simply, I've not committed a crime for you guys to go any further than what's the problem with my car. Simple
My
as
friend,
that. And I told you that I'm getting ready to pull off. You said I'm not detained.
You are detained. And you're about to
So what crime did I commit?
You're failing to identify yourself.
No, I'm not.
So who are you?
It doesn't matter who I am.
Okay. Put your hands behind your back. Put your hands behind your back. Relax.
Really?
Yeah. Yeah.
Really?
Yeah.
You guys are detaining me for what?
Let go. Now, you're under arrest and you're resisting arrest.
All right. So, Steve, I have more information on this. That was just the raw video. Let's go to the expanded video right here.
As a former mechanic, he believed that he might be able to resolve the problem. Around this time, Deputy Scott Fulford was driving on the highway. The deputy saw Mr. Wingate's vehicle off to the side of the road and says he was concerned that the car was disabled. So he turned around, pulled behind Mr. Wingate, and began to get out of his patrol vehicle. Upon seeing the patrol vehicle, Mr. Wingate got out of his car and walked over to greet the officer. Deputy Fulford asked Mr. Wingate what was going on and where he was going. Mr. Wingate explained that he was driving to his girlfriend's house in Stafford, but had experienced some car trouble along the way. Deputy Fulford then requested Mr. Wingate's identification. After Mr. Wingate asked why he had to disclose his identity, Deputy Fulford activated his mic and requested backup.
I am George Wingate. I live in Virginia, Alexandria, Virginia. I was a mechanic for, at the time.
Can I say this right here? Before you meet Mr. Wingate III, okay? This is my new hero. Philip Turner and Driver. I love you, brother, Philip Turner. You're my hero. You used to be my #1 hero when it come to constitutional rights. But Mr. Wingate III got you beat by a mile, brother. Watch this man. Trooper Jones, are you watching? Pay close attention, Ricky Robert Jones, you stupid fucker. Case law 2021. 4th Circuit has Wingate III on it forever.
2017, I believe, 8 years. Father of 3, ex-military, family man, and believe in justice. I believe in justice. So just like any other relationship, me and my significant other, we got into an argument, and so I decided to go out for a drive. And I had just previously took the car to Ford, and they held it for 2 weeks. And that night, the check engine light came back on in Stafford, I believe it was. Yeah, I was in Stafford at the time. So I pull over. I carry a bag of tools in my back of my car, and so just like a little minor kit, some things just to get some minor things done. Nothing crazy, but I'm checking around, and so I don't see anything. And it's maybe been like maybe 5 or 10 minutes. I don't know. It's drizzling outside, by the way. And so I see a police officer. He drives by, and I'm like, oh, initially that's what I'm thinking, like, uh-oh, this guy is probably going to start messing with me or so. He gets out of his car, and this is Deputy Fulford. So, he finally steps out of his cooler, and he approaches me, and he says, he initially asked about the car and stuff. And then, you could tell it was getting more progressive as he started asking for identification and stuff. And at that point, I'm like, well, I had just spoken with a family member about this kind of incident on the constitutional rights. And, I was like, this is a perfect time to apply this. He asked for identification, and, I'm pretty much standing my ground telling him, hey, look, I haven't done anything wrong, and you're not here trying to help me. You're only making matters worse. It's out here, it's drizzling, raining, and you're pretty much interrogating me and asking me all these questions when I haven't called for your assistance.
In Stafford County.
Have I committed
Required.
a crime?
What's that?
I've committed a crime?
No, I didn't say you didn't.
All right, then.
You're still required to identify yourself.
Am I free to go?
Not right now, no.
Am I being detained?
You're not detained.
So
No.
Am I free to go?
No.
Am I being detained? If I'm not being detained, then I'm free to go.
You're not free to go until you identify yourself to me. Charlie 213, 78 code 2.
Delta 213, by the way.
Charlie 412, okay. Delta 213 as well.
So what was what's going on with your check engine light? Like was your car?
Yeah, they're GM probably close
Huh?
by the road.
Can you keep your hands out of your pockets, please?
Sure.
This is a safety issue. So, what was your car doing?
Stuttering.
Stuttering?
Fire or something. Yeah.
Okay. And what are you waiting on right now?
Nothing. I was just reading the code.
Okay.
I was waiting for it to does it again. I don't know.
Okay. So are you not going to give me your license?
Unless I've committed some type of crime.
Are you quit doing service as well?
It's not about committing the crime, man. It's just identifying yourself. I gotta say, because if I say, hey, yeah, this vehicle's disabled on the side of the road, I go make contact with somebody, and then
it's not your problem until I call you guys in to deal with the problem. I haven't communicated with you guys at all.
That's not it at all.
Help at all.
Okay.
Simply my personal property, and I'm deciding to deal with it.
Okay. And right now you're on private property, broken down.
Sound familiar, Ricky Bobby?
I don't have any.
Or Ricky Robert?
No
Right. Well,
about it.
1 in the morning.
Okay.
So they're not working at 1 in the morning. I'm not trying to be difficult. All I need
It's not been a crime committed, is what I'm getting at. Technically, you're asking right now.
Okay.
I mean, am I free to go? I mean, obviously, this is some type of situation for you. I guess you have nothing else better to do, but I'm just sitting here trying to figure out what's going on with my car.
Yeah, and I drive by and I see somebody with a hood up. So guess what I'm going to do as a police officer? I'm going to pull over and I'm going to try and help that person. And so then you just...
I am here to help you, sir. Ricky Dicky.
You have been giving me attitude.
I've been calling and collecting. I don't
Okay. And you're just refusing to identify yourself then?
Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Let's smoke them out, shall we? Can we smoke them out? No, they're coming. They're coming. Oh, my goodness gracious. There's the second one. What do you think's going to happen, people? Can you tell me with your insight, with your education, with your experience, what's going to happen? If it's going to turn out good, give me 1. If it's going to turn out not so good, give me a 2. Here we go. Not so good. Ellie's in there first with not so good. John need to call D. Nicola. He's a smart one. If John D. Nicola says 2, then everybody has to agree that it is not. It's a fight in 1. Number 1, Jack off Jack. Thinking out of the box. I like it. Here we go.
I mean, I just asked you simply, why are you asking me for my identification?
Okay. And I explained to you. I see you on the side of the road with your hood up, so I stop to make sure that you're okay. I have to attach the driver and the vehicle.
Trooper.
For who I'm speaking.
Trooper dickhead. Trooper dickhead, can I say? That asshole standing in the middle of the road? Get out the middle of the road, you stupid fucker. Don't you realize that the number 1 leading death to cops is they get hit standing in the middle of the fucking road? Are you that stupid? In the middle of the night? No lights? Well, some lights. You never know when you're going to get hit with a drunk fucking driver, asshole. You ever heard of that? Fucking idiots, man. They get to walk around and do whatever the fuck they want to do. Trooper. Ricky Dicky. There you go. That rolls off the tongue much better, Jack off Jack. Ricky Dicky Joe. Yes. Thank you. Keeps me out of trouble, Jack off Jack. Okay. I love when my audience helps me out. All right, here we go. Winfield the third versus Fulford, 4th Circuit Court. I wonder what happened. Does anybody remember what happened? Okay, here we go.
Okay, I've already attached your car, and I asked you for your license to identify yourself, and you refused.
I actually have
also had a lot of catalytic converter theft from this area. And it's kind of weird. It's 2 o'clock in the morning, and you're out here on the side of the road in the same area where these businesses have all been hit.
Okay. Yeah, I haven't committed any crime.
Nope, nobody said you did. All I'm asking you for is your ID.
You guys are bringing all kinds of situations. I told you what happened. My car was having check engine trouble.
Okay, and I don't doubt that for a minute, man.
What's the issue?
I have no clue. Like misfire or something.
No, what's the issue with your ID?
Oh, there's no issue. It's just.
Okay, do we have it?
Have I committed a crime? Why do I need to issue?
You are committing a crime now because you're required to give us your ID.
Have I committed a crime?
Right this second, yeah. It's County Code 17-7, which requires
you guys pulled over initially. You guys initially came over to check on what's going on with my car. Now you're approaching a whole different situation.
Can anybody read that ordinance? That city ordinance? Steve can read it. Steve, read that. Which is a loitering law. The ordinance states that it is a crime to refuse an officer's request for identification, quote, if the surrounding circumstances are such as to indicate to a reasonable man that a public safety requires such identification. Good job, Steve. What the fuck does that mean, though? Can you analyze that for me, Steve? Steve? Does anybody know what that gobbledygook means? Kind of vague, don't you think? Here we go.
You know what's going on, and now you're making it.
Yeah, I just told you what was going on with my car. Am I free to go?
How can we trust you if you're not even willing to identify?
It's not up to me for you guys to trust me.
Okay.
It's simply, I've not committed a crime for you guys to go any further than what's the problem with my car. Simple
My
as
friend,
that. And I told you that I'm getting ready to pull off. You said I'm not detained.
You are detained, and you're about to.
So what crime did I commit?
You're failing to identify yourself.
No, I'm not.
So who are you?
It doesn't matter who I am.
Okay. Put your hands on your back. Put your hands on your back.
No, it's going down, people.
Really?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So much is going through my head at the time, and I'm like, what's going to happen next? Like, are they going to hurt me? Are they just taking advantage of me because they're police officers? Like, I clearly haven't done anything wrong, but yet you guys are still arresting me, And so, I got scared. And, I tried to, I didn't, I just held myself to my, I was like, you guys are not going to arrest me. And so, then they said I was resisting arrest. And I'm like, well, you guys still haven't given me a reason why, I've committed a crime or anything. So I'm just, keeping to myself. I'm not pushing or anything. And then, they try to give me arrested behind my back, my arms or whatever. And, I just kind of broke free and I just kind of ran.
Really?
Yeah.
You guys are detaining me for what?
Here we go.
Now, you're under arrest and you're resisting arrest.
Yeah. What are you doing?
Steve knows about running, huh, Steve?
So, damaging property? Okay.
Let go of your hands.
Listen, how about you guys let go of me?
You're going to jail.
For what?
For failing to identify yourself in obstruction of justice.
This is not obstruction of justice, man.
It is.
Yeah. You simply arranged it. Why are you arresting me? You don't even know who I am.
Get that baton out there and chicken wing that motherfucker. Trooper, pull that fucking baton back and chicken wing that motherfucker.
Appreciate that. Where's the sergeant?
I am the sergeant.
You're the sergeant. You're the sergeant.
Yep, and you're going to jail, my friend.
Okay.
He's the sergeant.
Wow. Can you please let me go?
No. Like I said, you're going to jail.
I didn't commit a crime. You said that I was free to go. And now
said
you're
you were free to
arresting
go.
me? You said I wasn't detained?
I
You are now.
Listen, we don't want to hurt you.
The initial officer pulled me over and he said I was not detained, and now you're trying to detain me.
No, you're going to jail. You're under arrest.
For what?
I told you that already. And
What am I under arrest for?
I told you failure to ID, and now you're obstructing justice.
This is ridiculous, man.
I agree.
Evidently not. Yo. Let me go.
For what?
Yeah, put that baton away, trooper. Put that baton away. Grab your fucking gun, though. Run, Steve! Run, Steve! You know how to run! Run!
Put your hands behind your back now! I'm not even running, man. You did! I stopped! That's resisting arrest and obstruction of justice. Dude. I'm not even running because I didn't do anything. You gotta stay arrested for no reason. Why you...
I turned around and ran, and then I turned back around towards them, and I was like, you guys need to, chill out. And I put my hands up, and I was like, you guys, what are you doing? Like, I wasn't trying to escape them. I was just trying to, I don't know. I can't really explain, what you go through at that time, but.
We just him for now. Yeah. We didn't see anybody else.
Back anybody else down.
We don't know yet. He's parked over here, refuses to identify himself. We tried to take him. We tried to take him into custody nicely, without using significant force, and he refuses. We try to talk to him. How you doing? Don't fucking go to jail, my friend.
Please tell me what I'm going to jail for.
I've told you multiple times.
You did not.
Okay.
Here.
You have no problem with talking.
Put your feet.
I'm telling you to touch the way to fight.
Okay.
Having fun, deputy? Huh, deputy? It looks like you're having a ball.
My name is George Wingate III. You got that pistol, George? You got that pistol, George? Good?
Yeah.
It was.
Charlie Circle, confirming your service manual.
All right, boys. Start rooting your snouts. Get your pig noses in that car and search. Oink, 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 oink.
He was sitting here, he had his hood up, and he was sitting in his car. And when I came up, he got out and he's like, I was like, hey, what's up, man? He's like, not much, just having some car trouble. So I was like, all right, what's going on? He's like, I don't know, I was checking my engine codes, which I don't see a code reader anywhere. And so I said, all right, you got your ID? And that's where it all started. He's like, what do you need my ID for? He's like, did I commit a crime? I was like, no.
You are now.
Yeah. So refusing to identify, obstruction for the, when he wouldn't,
not put his hands on his back. And I even had my ass under his arm trying to wrench it backwards, and he still wouldn't do it.
I was going to grab mine as well, but I didn't want to let go of his arm because I didn't want him to.
Well, the ass wasn't working, so what I did instead was I grabbed his finger and bent it backwards.
Yeah.
And that's when he opened his arms and then ran. When finger trick works.
When he was on his stomach, I was jabbing my thumb into the back of his ear, and that's when he pulled his other arm out.
There you go.
Good
You gotta
one.
explain to the magistrate that these lots, all of these lots.
That's a good one. That's a real good one, Steve. Did you hear that one? Deputy said whenever I had him on the hood, I was digging into that fucking nerve. Yes, the one that the Ninja Master taught him. because these guys are highly trained. Ninja masters. They know pressure points that would fucking kill you. I'm telling you, I'm just being square. Okay? Isn't that fun? I know how to hurt people. Fucking pathetic, man.
I've been hit for catalytic converter theft. It's 2 o'clock in the morning, and we also explained that to him before, dude. That's how you get to 17 I can't write him for expired. Well, he told me he was driving from Alexandria to home. If you want to get it from that, should I?
Tajay! How are you doing, Tajay?
Hey, man, I got to read something real quick. All right, it's my duty to advise you that you're under investigation by the Sheriff's Office and that you have the right to remain silent. Anything you say can be used against you in a court of law. You have the right to talk to a lawyer and have him present with you while you're being questioned. If you cannot afford a lawyer, one will be appointed to represent you before any questioning if you wish. You can decide any time to exercise these rights and not answer any of my questions or make any statements. Do you understand those rights?
Yeah.
Okay. All right. What was the problem, man? Why wouldn't you just give us your ID?
Because I didn't feel I haven't committed any crimes, therefore.
Okay, well, when you, as Sergeant Pinzon explained to you, as soon as you don't identify yourself to us or provide us with an identification, you are committing a crime. So now, like, you're not wanted, you weren't suspended, you weren't anything. All you had to do was just give us your license. And then all this would have been avoided. So what were you doing out here?
I have no further answers for it. I'd like to speak to my attorney.
Mr. Wingate was criminally charged for failing to identify himself, intentionally preventing a law enforcement officer from lawfully arresting him, knowingly attempting to intimidate or impede a law enforcement official, and possessing an open certificate of title. However, on the date set for trial, the prosecuting attorney assigned to the case dropped all of the charges.
The 27-year-old Uber and Lyft driver and father of two said he had just had a conversation with a family member about his constitutional rights if stopped by the police.
You are committing a crime now because you're required to give us your ID.
You're simply not required to give somebody your name.
Wingate's lawyer, Victor Glassberg, says the courts have held repeatedly that you only have to give your name and ID if you are suspected of a crime. The lawsuit alleges false arrest and malicious prosecution.
It is complete.
Did you hear that? Did you hear that press reporter guy? The press guy got it wrong. You don't have to ID because you're suspected of a crime. Just because they say you, they have to have facts. It isn't suspicion. Stupid fucking reporters. Don't you hate them? That's why we gotta be the fucking reporters. You dickhead Ricky Dicky Jones. Now, I'm trying to be real nice to the prosecutors down there. I mean, they really, the prosecutors, but the people down there that have helped me are nice. But I'm not going to get there. I'm going to do that in the law library. So let's continue with my new hero, Mr. Wingate III.
Completely gratuitous, inappropriate, and unconstitutional demand for somebody to provide this information.
And this officer was not trying to help me at all. He was, more so checking to see if I was, stealing cars or car parts.
The deputy insisted he was trying to help.
In July of 2018, Mr. Wingate would file a lawsuit against Deputy Scott Fulford and Lieutenant Dimas Pinzon, arguing that his Fourth Amendment rights were violated by the unlawful detainment and arrest. Lieutenant Dimas Pinzon states that Mr. Wingate had violated Stafford County, Virginia Code 17-7, which is a loitering law. The ordinance states that it's a crime to refuse an officer's request for identification if the surrounding circumstances are as such as to indicate to a reasonable man that the public safety requires such identification. In Mr. Wingate's civil rights claim against the officers, he would challenge the constitutionality of the Stafford Ordinance. The Fourth Circuit of Appeals sided with Mr. Wingate. After this incident, you end up filing a lawsuit against Stafford County and the 2 police officers that were involved in your unlawful arrest, correct?
Yep.
And what was the end result of that? Are you able to talk about that? Are you able to be specific about it, or is that off limits?
We'll put it this way. It didn't turn out like I wanted it to. You know, they got away with murder this time, for sure.
So you're not happy with the end result of the lawsuit?
Oh no, not at all. I've taken a big L. I've taken a big L with this case. I like to believe that, you know, I was very reasonable with what I was asking for in this lawsuit, and I didn't get anything close to that, because, you know, when this car got repossessed, it hit my credit like really hard, like almost 200 points, and so it wasn't like I could just go out just finance another car with, you know, a 200, 500 credit score or whatever it was, you know, so it wasn't like I could just get back into the field or Uber and just continue with my life. This thing, it pretty much ruined all financial income for me. It put a stress on my significant other and, you know, the rest of my family.
So what'd you think about my new hero?
If you had the opportunity to say a statement or say anything to the 2 officers that unlawfully arrested you on this day, Deputy Fulford and Lieutenant Pinzone, what would you say to them?
I would say, look at what you've caused. You know, you've disabled my family. You disabled me. You've ruined my income financially. It sucks, and you know, I hope you guys pay for it. You guys don't deserve to be police officers for doing this, and you know, because I didn't deserve this. I didn't deserve this. Yeah, maybe I could have just handed you my ID, but how would I be standing up for my rights if I did? You know, you'd just be another officer bullying another civilian. You know, I don't have much to say to them. You know.
Totally fucking cold dude, right? Stood up for his rights. I mean, Philip Turner, you're up there, brother. I love you dearly. But Mr. Wingate III is banging, isn't he? Give everybody give Mr. Wingate III a clap. Applause, Mr. Wingate III. Yay. Dweeb, you better be clapping in there. Mr. Wingate, yay. Mr. Wingate III. Yay. You enabled me, sir, to springboard off of you in your misery. I do not take that lightly. I take these responsibilities just as serious as you, sir. And I love you for setting an example for me to follow. I love you. Thank you. Bravo. Now, Ricky Dicky Jones, Super Trooper. Me and Trooper Jones. You understand why you are fucked? You being all nice and kind and condescending because you were enjoying showing me up. So, remember, Mr. Wingate III, what we just saw to this. We are now going to Trooper Beggs' video. And it has audio that was not in Trooper Jones's video. So let's see what Trooper Jones said while he was silent on his own body cam, shall we? It delays sometimes. Here we go. This is Beggs' body cam now. Get into a minute.
Like I said, this is
It's an easement.
Everything on this side.
No, sir, that's wrong. You're incorrect.
No, sir, it's not.
You're incorrect.
But again,
this is called it.
Okay, what we're going to do is we're going to watch the first 8 minutes of this. And tell me if this does not remind you of Mr. Wingate III. What we just watched. Right? Watch. I'm going to play the first 7 minutes until I get arrested. And then I'm going to fast forward to the part where Trooper Jones deactivated his body cam, but Trooper Beggs was still recording, and we captured it. What Trooper Jones probably didn't want us to hear. Here we go.
Easement. You have 15 feet from the center of the road for people to walk, right?
No, sir, it's not.
Yes, sir. There is no sidewalk here.
It's not the way it works.
You're wrong, sir. I'm telling you. I've done this all over the state. I've done this all over the country. There's an easement.
I'm sure that you.
There's an easement. That is not federal property. See the fence? It says do not trespass.
Yes, sir.
Okay, it doesn't say do not trespass here.
First of all, calm down.
You gonna see that?
Hey, Trooper Beggs, go talk to them. Ask
Do you
them
see
how
that?
many times they've asked him to leave.
Trooper Beggs, go ask them how many times they trespassed.
How you doing?
How many times they told you to leave? Now listen to this conversation.
All right. What's the deal? So he is on private property, or he is on public property, but actually that's private property. But he's videotaping. I wouldn't be as worried about it. His inmates right there, and I have to keep them locked down.
Left side of the road.
Right. This
side
side,
of the
y'all. Right.
He's wrong. I mean,
He's trying to get you. He's trying to bait y'all in. He's very aggressive, very combative towards you verbally.
y'all been up here to speak with him?
Oh yeah.
All day or?
No, since about 4:10.
I guess he's been this way with y'all as well.
Oh yeah. Pretty sure he told me to detail the booth.
Okay.
One of those things. My wife's ugly, by the way. Stuff like that.
Heard that.
Yeah.
Alrighty. Well, like I said, it's gonna get spilled.
Sorry to involve y'all.
It's what it is. Like I say, he's wrong. He's wrong. You're right. He's right.
This isn't my first rodeo.
We're trying to get off the back. That's the way it's going. You see how it's going.
That's their property right there.
But y'all guys want to sit tight there. See how it goes down.
Did anybody here, Trooper Beggs, get any information about how many times they told me to leave? Did anybody hear?
On this side of the road.
No.
Any information about how many times I left your call?
There's at least a 15-foot.
It's not a 15
Yeah,
foot.
15 or 25, depending on what size of the road is.
Trooper Beggs is back reporting, sir.
If I'm jogging or if I'm riding my bicycle.
Sir, Trooper Beggs is back to report, sir.
The government has to provide a walkway. Correct?
Sir.
Or an emergency
I went to
pull-off.
get that information,
And
sir.
that's what the roadway's for.
Well, I pulled off here.
There's no bicycle lanes here.
That's right. That's why you have to walk on the easement.
Sir,
So
you
again,
told
like I
me.
said-
If the government put a bicycle lane in here, it'd be different, or a sidewalk.
Sir, you told me. Sir, you told me to go get information. I'm back. I got information that his wife bitches at him. I got information that Lieutenant Looney does not have a good marriage.
You have to walk on the easement. Otherwise, you could get a ticket for walking in the road.
Trooper Beggs reporting.
Exactly, so there wouldn't be a citation there, okay?
All right.
So again, what we're trying to figure out is if there's a trespassing complaint. Do you understand that? There's no law against you filming
Listen,
or anything
if you
like that.
tell me under threat of arrest, I'm being
Did I say that?
trespassed.
I never said that.
Listen, let's just cut to the chase.
I said I'm investigating a
Listen.
trespassing complaint, okay? That's what we're trying to
Listen.
figure out here. So, like I said, you video,
Well, let me
there's
tell
no
you.
issue with that, okay? But right
If
now, we're here
you
to
are
investigate.
threatening me that you're going to arrest me for trespass,
I never said
I
that.
will leave and I will take this up in court.
Sir, line 1 reported back with what they asked. Oh, line 1, how are you doing? Love you.
We want to do an investigation on a prison.
No, sir. The
I'm an
investigation.
independent. I'm an investigative journalist.
Do you have your ID on you? Do you have your investigative?
Do you need a ID for First Amendment speech?
No, sir. But if you're,
It's the same thing. The press is the First Amendment, dude.
Yes, but normally with the press and everything, they have IDs,
That's
right?
mainstream media. That's not press.
No, that isn't, sir.
Yes,
Anytime
sir,
that you have to show ID. You have to show ID when you go
No,
to
you
public
don't.
things. You do. 'Cause I force
What
them.
government entity issues the press pass?
Again, sir, I'm trying to decide whether or not
I'm an
you're
investigative journalist.
Sir, can I interrupt you, sir? Sir, can I interrupt you?
Don't have to. That's why we have the First Amendment.
I'm back. I'm reporting back, sir. Sir, I'm reporting back to what they told me. You told me to go down there and ask them for this.
A license to film. Filming is not illegal. Investigating and disseminating information as the press do not need a press pass.
No, sir. There's no law.
Of course not.
So again,
So now you
ask
ask me for a press pass, and I am not going to give it to you because I don't need one.
Did I? Okay, you don't have to give it to me. Again,
All
how
right.
did
So.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. I'm back. Yes, sir. You told me to go get information, sir. Fuck.
Other places to film. So if you're going to threaten to trespass me,
again,
I will leave.
So again, I'll need to see your driver's license.
There's I did not break any law.
Sir, before you do that, before you do that, you need to check in with me, sir.
It is.
You have to have reasonable, articulable suspicion to
trespassing.
ask for. Listen,
We're
you know
here to
who
investigate
you know
a
who the civil
trespassing
rights
complaint.
attorney.
Sir, you better check in with me, and I'm going to tell you if you make a mistake here. I went down there and I asked him if his wife was a bitch. I mean, sir.
What's his deal?
He's been going around doing this. There's a couple other ones that's been up towards Princeton.
The lady in red.
Arousal love. That's what it breaks down to. But
You want me to give you a license? I'll give you my license.
Uh-oh.
It's in the car. It's in the car.
Please behind your back. Put your other hand back here, please. See your cuffs? He's a bigger guy. I don't want his.
Thank you.
I don't want him. Also, take his GoPro and his
7-minute
That's gonna be taken as
investigation,
evidence.
folks.
We'll get a search warrant for it as well. Is that too tight?
Yes, it is.
I'll adjust them and I'll lock them down on you, okay?
My license is in my car. If you would let me get it, I would do it.
We're past this, sir. I tried to explain to you. We're trying to decide on what.
This is
a
the
trespass
you have
is.
to leave me go.
No, sir.
Once
it's
you
too late
give
by
me an
this.
order to leave, I have to leave.
I didn't give you an order to leave.
That's right. You haven't given me an order to leave yet.
We never got to that point.
That's right. That's why are
This
you
is an
detaining me then?
investigation. You're under-
No. See, I have to be warned to leave first by you.
No,
And then once you
that's
don't
not the way
listen,
that works.
once you see, yes, it is.
You see you see this CO right here?
They didn't tell me to leave.
All right. We've all seen this part, right? We've all seen this part. But Trooper Jones, he blocks his camera out. Look, over to the left. Look, his camera's blocked out. What's he saying? Does anybody know? Does anybody know what Trooper Jones is saying? Well, let's find out, shall we? Trooper Biggs was still recording. Thank you, Trooper Biggs.
Is your license the West Virginia?
We're going to be able to get his name.
Do you know your number?
So we can.
It'll be a part That's okay. I'll get it. And a good telephone number for you?
We'll have to run it through our system.
276 245
Make sure he's not caught up in it.
3841.
Quick as
No, 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 no.
Start of some stuff. I don't say something like it.
7344. The license on the driver's license. Would you like me to have the subpoena? You can.
They were having issues like this up in Mercer County. I don't know if it was exactly him or not, but they've been having similar.
My goal is to get people to respond.
I guess.
Okay. And Willis, your full name? He's the CO. You had me
Hey, reference that call back of that Cooper subject. I wasn't able to get through, but just for my purposes, take a card, label information. Also, Beverly, I'm actually going to forward you this message I have so you can add it into the notes of it if you don't care with the name.
Address on the driver's license. Would you rather me have the address? Okay. And a good telephone number for you? 276. 276. 945. 945. 92. 92. 57. 57. Can I jot the mailing address just in case? 101 Federal Drive. Oh, my personal. Okay. So PO.
That's all 632.
322.
Do it.
Bravo, actually, Bradley's going to come out to you guys
Personal, I think. I'm not the champ.
24606. Yes, sir. 10-4. Stand by just a second. What'd he say? Not a long call.
Yeah.
Can I talk to you, sir? Can I please say something now?
All right, I think that's everything we have. We're going to wait on the tow truck, and as soon as the tow truck gets here, he'll hook up to it, and we'll go from there. Okay. I'll take this report. But you're going to top search on that. So that way you can get that. Y'all have any questions from us or anything like that?
Yeah, we did the same. We're going to run it through our system to make sure it's not contacting any.
Okay. Get his name real quick. That way we got to.
But sir, you told me to report back to you how many times they told me to leave. They told him to leave. I got to tell you that before I give you his name.
There is no crime of trespassing. There's no crime of trespassing. There's no crime of interference with an investigation if there's no crime. If there's no investigation of a crime, of a trespass, then there is no fucking...
What's his name? Matthew Ballin. Matthew what? Ballin, B-A-L-L-I-N.
Hey, that's personal information. Why didn't they redact that fucking shit out of there?
Just need the name. Matthew Ballin is his name.
Thank you.
That way you can check it against your record just in case it's contraband or something like that. I don't think that's going to be the issue.
Wait a second.
I think this is what he.
Hold on, Steve. Hold on. They're coming after me. Do you hear the whistle? But anyhow, why does that fucking lady in red have a right to my name? If I was dropping drugs on your fucking property or something nefarious like that, why don't you go find it first? And then you could call the fucking state troopers for my name and then prosecute under federal fucking charges. Bitch. That's the proper way to do it. You just don't ask for what... You can ask for your inmates' fucking names and numbers and shit. You have no right out in the middle of the road for my fucking information, you stupid bitch. Lady in red. Fuck you. Steve, calm the fuck down, would you? Steve just gets way out of control. He just gets way out of control. Dweeb never says anything. All right, here we go.
But given that he's also so close to the camp, he doesn't have a fence,
Yeah.
you know, I just want to make sure.
Yeah.
no connection or anything.
Yeah, I understand that. But yeah, soon we'll wait on the tow truck to get here, and then we'll head on out here. Okay.
Okay.
Thank you. All right, thank y'all.
Appreciate
Thank
it.
you.
Pay attention.
What is it? Monday you can when it comes back to work.
I'd like to talk to a supervisor right now.
That's not the way this works.
That is the way it works.
No. You're used to other departments. Their supervisors are only called out under cases of emergencies.
Well,
This isn't
an emergency.
This isn't considered an
I'm
emergency.
having a heart attack.
Go ahead and get his phone, put it on air.
I'm having a heart attack.
Regardless of
What are you saying, Tugga? What are you saying? I want a supervisor right here, right now. That's what I want, sir. Give me a supervisor.
Go ahead.
Control, can you send DMS up here? This individual here. You care that?
Are you all just on the main road as you cut up onto FBI, or are you actually kind of ready?
We're right into this one on the main road.
Yeah.
You care to unlock that? I don't know why the button's not working. Oh, so this could have easily been. This could have easily been prevented. Raise the valve for it. Having a heart attack will take him off of it. Have you had a heart attack before?
Would somebody shut? Thank you for shutting that camera off, that phone off. Okay, we've already seen this part, right? Now, what do you think the trooper didn't want everybody to hear? I want a supervisor. That's not the way it works, sir. I said, that is the way it works. Well, you only have a supervisor because in the case of an emergency. I said, this is an emergency. He says, blah, 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 because I couldn't hear, because Beggs went to the back. But I can pretty much remember what I was telling him in the back of that car. I was telling him that this is an emergency and you need to get a supervisor out here right now. And he was denying me a supervisor. He was sticking his gum in his mouth. He was worried about his gum, picking the gum up off the fucking seat and then telling Beggs to get my phone. But my phone is set at 5 o'clock to ring. I got pills to take and shit. So that's how I know the time and the timeline to set. I heard the first back when it first started because it rings up until 10 minutes or 15 minutes. I'm not sure. But I know it goes off at 5 the first time. So I knew where to place the timeline. There is no timeline to footage. They hide the timeline. They don't want you to fucking follow the timeline. They don't want you to piece two separate body cam videos together. Right, Steve? Right. They want to make it difficult. But they don't understand who the fuck they're dealing with. I am a video master. I've been doing it for 30 years. I could testify as an expert if I wanted to, you stupid fuckers. They think I'm just some general fucking slut. I've been, He didn't want that fucking tape in there that I asked for a supervisor. And then I go to the hospital and the diagnosis was not good while Trooper Beggs sat at the foot of my fucking bed for 4 hours. Watching all the fucking procedures, the doctors come in, blood drawn, fucking morphine hits. Woo! There he is, sitting at the foot of my bed looking up at my balls. Trooper Beggs, 4 hours on video, in my patient's room. You were furthering the investigation, weren't you, Trooper Beggs? Trooper Beggs was told to go accompany me to the hospital and then take me to jail whenever I was released because they never believed that I was having any issues. They all assumed this and assumed that and jumped to fucking conclusions. And then there's this man down at the foot of my bed, young guy, who went to barber school before he went to police academy. 2 years in barber school in West Virginia, and he got his license. And I said, why aren't you dressing hair anymore? He said, the state troopers, this job came about. I'm having a nice conversation with the trooper while I'm on morphine at the hospital. A 4-hour-long conversation about a whole host of things. Recorded my whole entire medical record for 4 hours. There's no investigative reason, nor was there a court order, nor was there any anything saying that he could walk out of that room with that. That's on the responsibility of the hospital to keep my shit where it's supposed to be. And me, too. 2 entities. If you have a healthcare provider, they have the right to. You sign that shit over to them when you sign up for your healthcare insurance. 3 people, 3 entities have access to your medical record. And it ain't on Trooper Beggs' fucking body cams, you stupid fuckers. So what ended up happening was the doctor came in and said, dude, you're fucked. I said, what do you mean I'm fucked? He said, you're fucked. I look at the trooper, he stands up and he's fucking out the door. Out the fucking door. 4 hours sitting there with me, and then all of a sudden, pew, gone. Where's my summons? Where's my handcuffs? Where the fuck did he go? Wasn't I supposed to be? You want a what? What, doctor? What? What did you want? You're going to life flight me to Kentucky? What time is it? I don't know. It ain't never giving me any time. There ain't no clocks in that motherfucker. I'm in the fucking drunk tank, I think. Probably around 10. Somewhere around there, 9 or 10. So now I'm being told that I'm being life flighted. Fucking trooper's gone. Never saw a supervisor the whole fucking time. You people are fucked. I'm not trying to be mean. I don't do this to be mean. I don't do this to be condescending and cocky and arrogant. I do this because you stupid fuckers enable it. I'm not a crazy kook. I just act like it in the underground because the underground drives me crazy. I got all kind of fucking stupid shit going on down here. So, Ricky Dickie Jones, I tried to tell you. I tried to educate you. I hope you're educated now. Take the constructive criticism and move forward. Okay? And I'll see you later in court. Okay? Just like we agreed to. And then I could use my own body cam and my footage, right? Are you going to give me my shit back? Okay, but we're going to get to that. So let's take a break real quick, and then we're going to go to the law library, where I'm going to fill you in what's been happening in McDowell County with Ricky Dickie Jones and the McDowell County Prosecutor's Office. 8 months, almost 8 months of weirdness, just strangeness. But anyhow, let's take a break. Steve, let's take a break. Grab your coffee. Take a break. All right. Steve, go take a shit. Or I'm sorry, Dweeb, go take a shit. You look like you're stuffed up or something over there and sitting in that thing. There we go. Barry. Take it, Barry, take it. Yeah, look at him go. Look at him go. Look at him go. He dances to his own tune. He doesn't need any music, Ellie. He's dancing to his own tune. That's for damn sure. And it's really high-tempoed. I bet it's Beethoven. What do you think he's listening to in his head? Anybody want to guess what Barry is dancing to inside of his head? Give me a song. What do you think? Barry, what are you dancing to? Slow it down. Slow it down. Is that a song? Slow it down, slow it down. It sounds like it's Funky Town. Barry is dancing to Bad Boy's Reply. Let me see what Bad Boy's Reply is. Barry's pretty talented, though. Here, Steve, take a hit of that. Yeah, take a hit of that, Steve. No, dweeb, you're not getting any more. You're still stoned from the last one. Oh, Bad Boys. Oh, yeah, Bad Boys Reply. Right. All right, Steve, you ready? The theme song to Cops, bad boys, what you gonna do? What you gonna do when they come for you? Bad boys, what you gonna do? What you gonna do when they come for you? Ga-ba-dung, ga-da-bung, da-dang, ba-dang, bang, ba-da-ding, da-ding, da-dang, da-dang, dang, dang, bing, da-dang, da-dang, da-ding, ding, 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 da-dang, ba-dang, da-dang, bang. Bad boys. Hey, that was pretty good, right? I don't even know what I did there. Take another break. Steve. All right. Get out of here, Barry. Get the fuck out of here. We're tired of watching you. Okay, here we go. We're out of here, Steve. See you later. Good to see you after all these months. Dweeb, see ya. We are heading to one of my, I got really a lot of favorite places, but for learning and tutelage, the law library is my favorite. Here we go. We are going to, the law library. It's calm, isn't it? The dripping of the water. The wind blowing through the tunnel. Oh, so refreshing. So much better than that other tunnel, the one leading to PP13. Yeah. Hey, well, this is my law library. Look at it. Isn't it beautiful? Okay, I'm not going to delay anymore. Well, yes, I am, because got to do this. Okay, here we go. All right. Here's the affidavit. All right, so we're going to read the affidavit real quick because we know what's said, all right? But it ain't said. So here we go. On Saturday, August 6, 22, approximately 1600 hours, just received a phone call from the correctional institution. There's a male on their property filming. Super. Okay. Counselor, we're what the hell's her name? I forget her name now. The prosecutor in McDowell County, Miss. All right, I'll just call you Counselor, okay? Counselor. I've not been mean to you at all this whole time. I've not denigrated you. I've conducted myself in a professional manner. I've complied with every rule and regulation of the magistrate court. I have done everything in my power, including to driving down there 3 fucking times to pick up discovery that you said you were going to get to me when it was the day of or the day after. So I've taken out of my time 4 hours drive each time, which is no big deal. I don't drive it most of the time. My wife accompanies me because she drives. It's her car. I haven't owned a car in 10 fucking years. But anyhow. Counselor. You need to really, I'm going to give you some advice. And I said this before to you when this all started months ago. Drop it, man. You have no chance. There is no winnable solution here for you. If there was, I'd be up on federal trespassing charges in a federal court, right? Does that make sense, Counselor? All right. So, here we go. This goes out to you, Counselor. I'm going to be nice. I ain't going to be a dickhead like to Ricky Dicky Jones. I'm going to treat you with respect because that's what I've done up to this point. 8 months. Male filming their property and has been asked several times to leave the property and refused to do so. This trooper at the time was performing a sex offender registration at the Welsh Detachment and advised C.O. Willis that this trooper would respond after the registration was complete. He was really busy with some sex offender. At approximately 1743 hours, Trooper L.A. Beggs and this trooper arrived on scene and observed a silver Ford Escape bearing West Virginia registration deed. Okay, let me ask you a question, Trooper. Or, Madam. I'll think of your name. I'll just call you Madam. Is Trooper Jones describing any characteristics of this man filming? White, black, tall, short, fat, skinny, midget? Small person, I'm sorry. What's he wearing? Jeans, shorts? Them tight-fitting pants that the ladies wear? To the gym? What's he wearing on the bottom? What is he wearing on the top? Is anything like that up in this motherfucker so far? Does anybody see any fucking description of the person? This is why a phone call cannot be used as fact in a court of law. Counselor? Okay? It's hearsay at this point. He got a phone call about a man filming down there. Okay. This trooper exited his vehicle, and as this trooper approached the accused, whom has yet to be identified, exited his vehicle with a black GoPro camera mounted on his shoulder via a shoulder holster and a cellular phone, which he docked on a tripod and asked to record the interaction. That was nice of me. This trooper didn't object to be recording, as he already knew that he was an auditor and he was going to fuck him. I mean, I'm sorry, Counselor. I didn't mean to put that in there. This trooper didn't object to being recorded as there are no laws prohibiting the public from recording and advised the accused of the same. This trooper asked the accused for his name, and he identified as a AKA Tugga, misspelled. But that's all right. This trooper explained the reason for the interaction, and this interaction, he doesn't even call it an investigation, which means what? Counselor? I feel like I'm educating you, counselor. Okay, just like I educated the trooper. Okay. What is an interaction? Is it a detention? Or is it an arrest? Or is it, what's that thing called? The other thing when a cop talks to you. What's it called? Come on, people. Cunt. Come on, people. Consensual conversation. Thank you, Ellie. Thank you. I almost slipped up there. Ellie saved me. Okay. For the interaction, and this trooper was called to investigate. He was called to investigate a trespassing complaint, which was called into the blah, blah, blah. Tugga stated he wasn't trespassing and became argumentative. How dare you teach me the law, sir? I'm Ricky Dicky Jones. Me and Mr. Jones, Trooper Jones. Oh, sorry. Trooper Jones, Trooper Jones. Madam, you have no chance based upon that alone, and we haven't even gotten 2 paragraphs in, madam. I'm giving you everything that I'm going to do in court. As a matter of fact, I'm giving you exonerating evidence, which you now are obliged to turn over to the court. I'm following the rules. How about you? Well, we'll see how much rules you've been following. This is a video testament to the facts of the case that exonerate me, so you're duty bound, madam. Okay, here we go. Isn't this fun? This is what I do in the law library, deep down in the cavern, safe. Well, not so much safe anymore. They know where I'm at. I'm going to have to move again. Sorry. But anyhow, you will help me with that. You helped me the last time I had to blow the fucking place up. Okay. But I digress. Let's get back into this, this affidavit. Okay. Became argumentative and with the trooper about recording the prison. This trooper explained to Tugga several times, 8 times, that the reason for the interaction wasn't trespassing. He wasn't trespassing because 15-foot easement, et cetera, alongside the road. We saw that, blah, blah, blah. He's explaining what I'm explaining. This trooper spoke with Tugga for several minutes, till finally this trooper requested Tugga's identification. And he stated he didn't have to identify himself because he wasn't trespassing due to the easement. This trooper again explained the reason for the stop was because of a trespassing complaint, which was a criminal investigation. And he would have to produce his identification. Tugga refused 2 more times to identify himself, at which time, after Tugga said he was remaining silent, instantly was arrested. I mean, fuck. I put that in there, counselor. Madam, counselor. You understand that concept of a person saying, I remain silent, and then instantly reaches for his fucking handcuffs and says, you're under arrest. Ricky Dicky Jones, that's your boy. That's your investigator, trooper extraordinaire. Are you going to rest your career on this douchebag, counselor? And I'm being nice to you. I could be a dickhead. Only reason why I'm not a dickhead is because your entire staff down there in McDowell County has been incredible. They've been kind. They've been helpful this whole entire time, including your assistant prosecutor. He's been a nice man to me. I've never met you, madam, and I wonder why. So, I'm going to take, because your staff has been really nice and helpful, that you are a nice person and that you trained your staff properly and that you have no affiliation to the state troopers or friendship with them that you have to cover for them. Because this is a rotten tomato right now. Okay, let's continue. Okay. Tugga continued to argue as the reason that he was trespassing 15 to 50, blah, 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 blah. He said, my car was broke down. Tugga refused any assistance. This trooper spoke to Tugga for several minutes till the trooper finally again explained the reason for the stop was because of a trespassing complaint, not a crime. Is a complaint, counselor? Adam, counselor? Is a complaint a crime? And if it's not a crime, then did I have to identify? A complaint is a much lower standard than reasonable articulable suspicion to detain for further investigation, to find fact, to gather probable cause. I found a drone video that the prison sent up moments after Tugga got here, and they caught him dead to rights running through the fucking field naked. That's what the drone video captured. Come here and look. We got it downloaded already. See, trooper? Look at the size of dick on that motherfucker. I know, you need a fucking microscope. I just mentioned it because there is none. But anyhow, he got big balls. That's what you would do, madam. That's a proper investigation. Going to the people that called and say, what are the facts that you have that he trespassed? If you don't have facts, I can't do anything but tell him to leave. And it would all have been gone, but no. Ricky Dicky, the super trooper investigator extraordinaire, knew that he was going to be famous for taking care of this piece of shit. Okay. Here we go. Okay, we refused to identify 2 more times, at which time this trooper advised Tugga he was under arrest, and he started to backtrack. Tugga backtracked and stated he would identify himself and his license was in his vehicle. Sir, I don't want to go to jail. I don't want to go to jail. Please let me get my wallet. Can you don't even... Did you see me do that? No. You saw me say, let me get my wallet. Nothing more, nothing less, in a distressed fucking voice. A disbelieving voice, because when you get handcuffs slapped on you, you kind of fucking separate yourself from your body. It's a surreal experience to have fucking torture cuffs put on you. So, counselor, I'll continue to give away my case to exonerate myself in the freedom for all to view. Okay, started backtrack and steadily would identify. No, what I did is I did the right fucking thing, trooper. What I did, counselor, Madam Counselor, is did the right thing. Within seconds of being told I was under arrest, I was willing to forfeit my license. Not only my ID, verbal, I was willing to forfeit my license, and I did. That's called following the fucking law. Sorry, Count. It's hard to keep my tongue. And I'm sure you've used that word once or twice, probably about me. But, hey, I'm a big boy. Okay. This trooper, after securing Ballin, a.k.a. Tugga, in the rear of his patrol car vehicle and securing the evidence, obtained a video statement from Willis, who had contacted this trooper originally. Willis stated he had received reports of a male, a white male, approximately 800 pounds, bigger than that fucking mountain, with a red hat, a big Johnny Cash fucking shirt on with the flip me off. He's flipping me off. And he's wearing blue shorts with fucking brown fucking shoes. Oh. Willis, what? Willis didn't say any of that? Counselor, Madam Counselor, isn't that the standard things you would want to know on a phone call? And maybe this is why you don't call the state troopers direct. Maybe you might need to get a dispatcher who's trained to take these calls. Maybe. The dispatcher might ask, at least probably the Keller. Okay, let's play a game. If you call dispatch, what do they say first? What do they want to know about the person first? Not so much the address. They already got the address. What do they want to know about the person first? Anybody? I'm saying Keller. Time, place, and manner. I know Jack Up Jack. Okay. Nobody's playing. Hot Pockets isn't even playing. All right. Yeah, he obtained a video statement of Looney. He says Mooney, but his name is Looney. That's all, folks, right, Pache? Looney stated Ballin's demeanor was argumentative, and at one point he moved from their property into the roadway, daring him to strike him. I'm gonna strike you. You better get the fuck out. I'm gonna punch you right in the motherfucking mouth. That's a fucking lie. And guess what? That's caught on my body cam. And guess what? All of this interaction with Looney, that's all, folks, is on camera. So, where's my camera? Where is my phone? Can anybody guess where my camera and phone is? Can we play that game? Where is my phone and camera? for 8 months. Coming up on 8 months. The state police have it. They had it. The state trooper crime lab had my phone. That's exactly right, Ellie. I was not charged with a violent crime. I was not charged with threatening, inciting violence, disorderly conduct. Very good, Ellie. Discovery. Okay. Jack off Jack. You keep on jumping ahead. Okay, let's get rid of this. Here's the witness list. Oh, here's the witness list. Trooper Jones, Trooper Beggs, Trooper Looney, and Lieutenant Looney and Lieutenant C.O. Willis. Okay? Now, after some initial confusion between the court and where I lived, I have a North Carolina license, but I live in West Virginia. I also own property in Pennsylvania. So I skip between. The magistrate up here arrested me, or the police. I turned myself into the police up here. So I was arraigned in Barber County. Well, I told him my real address up here, but he didn't read it. So he sent my preliminary court date to the wrong address, my North Carolina address. And when I didn't respond, he put a warrant out for me. The magistrate judge, put a warrant out for me because I didn't show up for the preliminary hearing. I said, Your Honor, I said, I never got one. He said, yeah, I know. I'm sorry. As soon as I found out that it wasn't your address, I rescinded that warrant for your arrest. I said, thank you. This is in my preliminary hearing. I'm saying that. So now we're moving into the preliminary hearing phase and the rub of it all. Why I brought this video out now. Why am I speaking about any of this? Not because I'm losing. Believe me, it's because of the bullshit that happened in this court system. I am in the law library, see? In the law library, we talk about the legal system. So this is what I do to you. This is what I do. And that goes out to all you people that think I'm a crazy fucking idiot that does nothing but fucking agitate and all of this. You, my audience, are the smartest people on fucking YouTube when it deals with this kind of stuff. They don't realize that this is all I do. So they get caught off guard. So, preliminary hearing. The assistant, he's really nice. Heavy-set man, been really nice. The judge steps out of the room and he says, I'm going to offer you a deal. I went, all right, here we go. What's your deal? He says, well, we'll drop the trespassing charges if you plead down to obstruction. We'll get rid of them trespassing charges. Just eliminate them and, people pay a small fine. No jail time, no reporting to any court, none of that. You'll be free. And he kind of was trying to sell it like it was a good thing. Maybe a person of the bar who speaks for me, if I would hire that person, that would make sense. That's a good deal. Well, I'm not a member of the bar. And I don't want that shit on my record for the next time whenever I get pulled over and it says obstruction. That means violence, especially if you obstruct a cop. That means that next cop is going to fuck you up more times than not because you've obstructed before. And I ain't going to let that hang on my record, you dick-headed son of a bitch, Ricky. I'm sorry. Fucking Trooper Jones? Yeah, I can't even get it out. Ricky Dickie Jones. Now, counselor, would you take them deals knowing the next time you interact with the cops that it's gonna be on your record that you resisted law enforcement before? Don't you think that they would fuck you up the next time? And then I'd be hauled right back in there, and then you'd give me more time because they'd lie. It's a self-perpetuating trip to the dungeon. It's a never-ending point after that point. You're at the point of no return when you agree to this shit. And you got to respect that, counselor, Madam Counselor, right? Just call him Dick for short, right? All right. So, after 5 months, okay, here's what also happened at the preliminary trial. After I said, no, I ain't taking that shit, I'll fight it in court, man. I'm not accepting a plea bargain. So the judge comes back in, and long story short, I asked the prosecutor for discovery. Magistrate Rules for Discovery 29 says that the plaintiff or the defendant has to request discovery first. If discovery is requested, the state has to reciprocate within 21 days of the trial. They didn't give me that. It was day 20, I think. The Blue Line Slayer may correct me. But I had to drive down, and this is like the fourth or fifth month. I've been in contact with the McDowell County Prosecutor's Office this whole time, asking for things, not bothering them. Over a month or two, I would call them and ask for the return of my property and all of this other stuff. As a matter of fact, other things. What was I just going to say about that? I asked him for discovery. And he quips back, well, do you have discovery for us? I reach into my folder because I'm already ready with pretty much what I'm going to use, depending on what I get back. I reached in and pulled this but a stack of papers, which are everything that I'm going to use, legitimate, all perfectly stapled, not stapled, but fold staples, in sequence, prepared. And I handed it to him. And he goes, okay. And I said, can I have discovery? Give me what you got. And the judge looks down and says, counselor, you could get that discovery 21 days, or I think he said 14 days, but 21 days ahead of the trial. He said, yes, sir, that'll happen. Yes, sir. We'll get it there 21 days before trial. Well, day 22. I called down there and I asked them if they got discovery ready for me because it's 22 days prior to trial. Oh, yeah, we're going to get it to you. I said, no, okay, that's fine. Get it to me. But I'm not going to wait. I didn't tell him. I said, fuck it. I'll drive down there and get it tomorrow. Day 21, the day that it's due. The judge said it. I'm going to expect you to follow that. I'm going to drive my ass 4 hours down there. So I drove my ass 4 hours down there, and they were kind of caught off guard. He told me, okay, we'll get you the body cam, and we'll get you all the evidence and all of that. And but we already sent you the other stuff. We sent you the paperwork, you know, the standard, my rap sheet, my arrest record, all of the standard things that they're required to give you in discovery. But the body cams weren't ready. They tried to send me the body cam video via Google, but they might have had my address wrong, or it was too big of a file, and they gave me excuses. So I said, fuck it, I'll drive down there. Here's a thumb drive. Put it on the thumb drive for me. He said, oh, we got thumb drives. I said, okay. Oh, they're going to give me one on the thumb drive. Give me the body cam video that you just watched. So I got the body cam and left. Another month or so goes by, and a trial date is set. The trial date is set. It's already been set. And I file this motion because it's like 5 months in already. I file this motion right here for a speedy trial. Up here in a second. This is beautiful. You're going to love this motion. Watch. Enable a speedy trial with no further delay. All right? See it? Isn't it beautiful? Defendant requests. The Sixth Amendment guarantees the right of the criminal defendant, the right to a public trial without unnecessary delay, the right to a lawyer, the right to an impartial jury, and the right to know who your accusers are and the nature of the charges against you. The warrantless arrest was on 6 August 2022. This is plenty of time for the prosecutor to have brought these charges to trial. SCOTUS, Barker versus Wingo, 1972. A defendant's constitutional rights to a speedy trial cannot be established by any inflexible rule, but can be determined only on an ad hoc balancing basis in which the conduct of the prosecution that the defendant and the defendant are weighed. The court established a 4-part test in which the courts are left to assess this right on a case-by-case basis, weighing the reason for the delay, the length of the delay, whether or not the defendant asserted their rights to a speedy trial, whether or not, and prejudice to the defendant. Do you see where I'm going? Do you see it? Isn't it beautiful so far? Okay, let's continue. The defendant filed verbal motions in pretrial, motions for discovery. The defendant has not interfered with the court's busy schedule with delay tactics and frivolous motions, as the fucking prosecutor has done. The defendant has been under state confinement for 7 months by this court and has been patient with the process of litigation up to this point. However, if the prosecutor and its taxpayer-funded staff cannot gather their own evidence added, in a timely fashion, then that is no fault of the defendant. To wit, the defendant should not suffer any further undue punishment by the magistrate-ordered state confinement. Right? This unnecessary delay is in violation of the 14th Amendment of the Constitution, malicious prosecution. West Virginia State Police Organization has recently been under investigation by the DHS for possible corrupt acts of a substantial portion of the leadership team. A reasonable person can deduce a correlation between the chaos at the top levels of the West Virginia State Police and the delay in acquiring drone footage. Oh, I forgot. I found this after the drone footage. Okay, I'll get to that. State-owned evidence, emphasis added, to the prosecutor in this case. There has been no oversight or training by the leadership of the West Virginia State Police to its subordinate troopers. Thereby, I claim this case is being prosecuted by two rogue state troopers, one being a leader, making up their own laws along the road in order to entrap the press in an unlawful cycle of criminal prosecution in lieu of a lawful post-conviction punishment. Read that, would you? Would you just read that poetry? I think it's poetry. What do you think? I'm arguing that because there has not been a speedy trial, that I'm being punished just because of the prosecution process. It's beautiful. Somebody tell me I'm great. Somebody tell me I'm stupid. Somebody tell me something. All right. The prosecution has had access to the defendant's cell phone and GoPro 360 for 7 months. These videos have not been entered into discovery as evidence for trial. I claim the same erosion of trust, oversight, lack of training, and chaos from the highest levels of the West Virginia State Police is another correlation between the delay in acquiring privately owned property, emphasis added, from the state, West Virginia State Police as well. The prosecution has exculpatory evidence given in discovery, 2021 Fourth Circuit, Wingate versus Fulford, maps indeed. I motion this court to order the prosecution of this case post haste, or all charges be dropped due to undue delay by the prosecutor, prosecuting staff, and state police. This motion is to ensure my right to a speedy trial. What do you think? Counselor, you saw this. You read this. What do you think? Not bad. Oh, I have the warrant. No, I have all that. I'm not going to get into the warrant. The warrant for the phone and all of that. I'm going to get to that, John D. Nicola. And I jumped ahead because here's what I was talking about. Okay. This is what I was talking about. The prosecutor, 5 days before trial last week, 5 days before trial last week, my trial was set for this Thursday. Last week, they sent me a document dump from the West Virginia State Troopers lab on a thumb drive that was delivered in the mail 5 days before trial. 14,000 files came off of my GoPro and my iPhone, more my iPhone. They said that they had video on that dealt with trespassing. I've reviewed the videos. I've not reviewed all of the images. There were only 2 videos captured by the West Virginia State Crime Lab. Miss McCabe. So, the reason why they had a month delay is this. Miss Brittany Puckett, the West Virginia in the above matter hereby move this court to continue this case from current scheduled date of February 21st. This motion is based upon the grounds the state was contacted by Trooper Jones and was advised that the West Virginia Crime Lab will not have the drone footage copied until next week, and he will pick it up then. Therefore, we respectfully request a continuance in this matter. They gave me this on a Friday. Emailed it to me. My court date was on Tuesday after a holiday. They emailed me this fucking thing on a Friday, on a long weekend, holiday weekend, knowing my trial was on Tuesday. You call that fair, Ms. Puckett? 5 days before trial on a fucking long weekend. You think that's fair? You think that follows discovery rules for magistrate? No, hell no, it doesn't. So now you know why I'm fucking putting this shit out now. This is bullshit. I've left everybody alone down there. I've done things properly. Now I'm coming out, and I need your help, people. I need you to call the West Virginia State Troopers and see if they need anybody to, see if you want, there's employment opportunity, okay? Coming up soon. So apply to the West Virginia State Troopers and go to their website. Check them out. Let them know what you think, okay? Yes. And where did the drone footage come from? There was never any drone footage the whole entire fucking 7 months. Who mentioned drone footage, white man? What are you talking about, Willis? Drone footage. They contacted me and they said, oh, we got drone footage with this fucking letter. Trooper Jones is getting it next week when it's downloaded. I said, what drone footage? I called him up and I said, you got eyes in the sky to prove that I wasn't running naked in their field? I went, yay, yay. I said, great. I like drone footage. I like eyes in the sky. Bring it on. Thank you, prosecutors. I mean, it's a little bit late in the game to be bringing new evidence, but you're allowed to bring new evidence. It's proper to bring new evidence, but 5 days before trial, or, 10 days before trial, whenever this is. Okay. So that a month went by. Now I get my new court date for a trial. They dump all these documents on me from my iPhone. They dump video on me, 2 videos. And I'm not going to show them videos, Madam Counselor. So, this is why I'm doing what I'm doing. I'm not doing this to affect anything. I'm just doing this because you people need to know why I've been silent so long. I put a lot of, you guys have hung in there all the way since Pitt County, my arrest down there, and all the way up through here. And I don't want to leave you hanging out there. That isn't who I am. As a matter of fact, this is the only way that I really communicate with other humans. And a lot of people can relate who live their lives online. So I do this to educate also, because we are in the law library, and I'm educating through real life experience in real time. This is what's called real time TV, not reality TV, okay? This is actually fucking happening to me now. Not some fucking gold mine that where, the fucking thing breaks down. We have many broken down parts in real time that we could make fun of and laugh and cringe at. But here we go. She continued. So I filed a motion. You want to see the motion? Show you the motion. Motion for a speedy trial. I filed a motion back to quash the prosecutor's continuance. I want to go to trial now. Meow. I filed these motions both at the same time, same day. Motion for a speedy trial, and then motion to quash a continuance based upon Fourth Amendment violation. The warrantless arrest, search, and seizure of the defendant and property was on August 6, 2022. The defendant has been under state confinement for 7 months by this court and has been patient with the process of litigation up to this point. However, the prosecutor and its taxpayer-funded staff cannot even gather drone footage, their own evidence, emphasis added, over a 7-month period. To wit, the defendant should not suffer any further undue punishment by extending length of pretrial confinement via prosecutor's motion to continue. The prosecutor cannot act as a magistrate to impose further state confinement through bail conditions on the defendant simply by asking for a continuance to gather state-owned evidence, emphasis added, that it is and has been easily accessible to them and State Trooper Jones for 7 months. This is a fraud on this court by a state actor. The prosecution's unnecessary delaying tactics and frivolous motions are in violation of 14th Amendment of the United States Constitution. Malicious prosecution. Criminal Rule 16C, discovery and inspection, continuing duty to disclose. If prior to or during trial, party discovers additional evidence and materials previously requested or ordered, which is subject to discovery or inspection under this rule, such party shall promptly notify the other party and the other party's attorney or the court of the existence of additional evidence and materials. Right? They're allowed to bring shit in. West Virginia State Organization has recently been under investigation. We've already been through this. Thereby, I claim this case is being prosecuted by 2 rogue state troopers, one being a leader, making up their own laws alongside the road in order to entrap the press in an unlawful cycle of criminal prosecution in lieu of lawful post-conviction punishment. The 8th Amendment also, the 14th Amendment also, John D. Nicola, but here we go. The prosecution has had access to the defendant's cell phone and GoPro for 7 months. These videos have not been entered into discovery as evidence for trial. I claim the same erosion of trust, oversight, lack of training, and chaos at the highest levels of the West Virginia State Police is another correlation between the delay in acquiring privately owned property, emphasis added, from the West Virginia State Police as well. Again, they have exculpatory evidence due to the prosecutor's delay. The defendant has been stripped of many of his rights. I motion this court to order the prosecution continuance to be quashed. Then, after I got this document dump, after I got these 14,000 files last Thursday, this past Thursday, my trial was this Thursday. I got these files on Friday because I drove down there again. No, I drove down there again to file my motions, but they sent me the disc in this envelope. Right? with a little sticky note on there and said that there is no drone footage. There is no drone footage. What? Didn't we just have a continuance for drone footage that State Trooper Jones was going to go download from the State Trooper's lab? And there is no drone footage? Wait. Can anybody explain that? You get a continuance because Trooper Jones informs you, or the state, informed the state, that there was drone footage out of the blue. I have to wait a month only to find out that there is no drone footage? How does that work? That's whenever I wrote these motions. These motions are in response to this continuance. They were using stall tactics by lying. I agree. So, check this out. I, on Thursday, got everything. 13,000+ files on a thumb drive. I can't get through that many files or review all that shit in 5 days. How can you expect the person to go through 14,000 files that are off of an iPhone? Passwords, key codes, everything. They cloned my phone. Miss McCabe. Yeah, I think her name's Miss McCabe, the forensic analyst at the State Trooper lab. So, what do? I get this information, and I start filling out a motion. I start filling out a motion of my own, and I want a motion to continue. They got their motion to continue, Your Honor, for a drone footage. I want my motion to review 14,000 files. So on Friday, I went down there and I filed this. Defendant requests a motion for a continuance. Isn't it beautiful? Okay. The state has continuously violated Rule 29. Discovery and misdemeanor actions. D, timing of discovery from the state. If discovery is requested by the defendant, the relevant discovery material shall be provided at least 21 days. In advance of the date of trial, provided that the request has been made at least 14 days in advance of the response. Rule 29G, failure to comply with discovery requests. If any, at any time during the course of the proceedings, it is brought to the attention of the court that a party has failed to comply with the rule, the court may order such party to promptly provide the discovery or to promptly arrange for the inspection of the discovery. In addition, the court may grant a continuance, which I'm asking for, or prohibiting the offending party from introducing any of the evidence that was not disclosed. Yes, I'm asking for that too, Your Honor. All this fucking shit that they're bringing up late needs to be gone. Any evidence that you bring up late needs to be gone. You give me my whole entire fucking cell phone on a fucking disc, and you expect me to get it done in 5 days? The least I'm expecting is a continuance. I'm letting it up to the judge to determine what evidence is allowed in or not. That's why I mentioned it. Creole, good to see you. Long time. Okay? So, okay, we're here. Trooper Jones has delayed this court by inferring that drone footage of the alleged trespass existed, and he was going to retrieve the footage the following week between dates of 2/20 and 2/24. When it was finished, downloading by the state West Virginia Police Digital Forensics Unit. Prosecutor motion for continuance attached. 5 days till trial. On 3/16/23, the prosecutor's office informed the defendant via United States Postal Service envelope a thumb drive inside with a purple sticky note stuck to it. Quote, "This is footage from your GoPro." There was not any drone footage, Jason, from the prosecutor's office. The prosecutor asked for a continuance based upon Trooper Jones's assertion of drone footage being downloaded at the West Virginia State Police Lab. This footage most likely was never being downloaded and or existed at all, nor ever mentioned as evidence in this trial until Trooper Jones, out of the blue, finds but does not find drone footage of trespassing. You like that? Trooper Jones, out of the blue, finds but does not find drone footage out of trespass. Rule 29F. If discovery that has been timely requested is not, for good reason shown, available to be produced in a timely manner, either the state or the defense may request and be granted a continuance to facilitate production of the requested material. The thumb drive that was given to the defendant by the prosecution contains over 13,000 files. The thumb drive was given to the defendant by the prosecution. Contains thousands of images, hundreds of videos, 3 West Virginia State Digital Forensic Unit reports, and analysis by C.M. McCabe. As you know, the prosecutor has a fully funded taxpayer staff to throw at this volume of research and analysis of information. I am but one man with a mountain of documents dumped on me at the last minute, 5 days before trial. I humbly ask this court to continue this trial for at least 2 months. Sarge, good to see you. What do you think about that one? I'm hitting them. Counselor, Madam Counselor, I'm opening up a bunch of questions here. It's up to you to prove me guilty beyond a reasonable doubt, Madam Counselor. I'm throwing a lot of doubt up. I'm just letting you know. And I'm actually throwing exculpatory evidence up if you care. Okay? Do you think attorney would write something like that? I don't think so. Attorney would give you three word, or a paragraph. 3-sentence paragraph. I want this shit on record. And I'm going to document it in any which way that I can. I'm a pro se litigant. I'm allowed to make mistakes, and I'm allowed to write whatever the fuck I want to write on a motion. And I'm not trying to be mean to you, Counselor, Madam Counselor. Trying to actually help you. Okay, here we go. Now, the last motion that I filed on Friday after I got up at 4 o'clock in the morning to drive all that way was a motion to return property. Right? West Virginia State Police motion to return the defendant's property. The West Virginia State Police Digital Forensic Unit, i.e. analyst by C.M. McCabe, has completed a forensic data analysis of the defendant's iPhone and GoPro camera. It's done. They sent me all my information, and the prosecutor has all the information off my phone. The lab is done with my hardware. They don't have any need for it anymore. So what's going to happen? Are they going to give it back? Well, let's see. Per MC McCabe at the West Virginia State Police Digital Forensic Unit. Quote, The physical evidence remained in custody of the digital forensics unit throughout the analysis and was returned over to the investigating officer along with this report. Trooper Jones, me and Trooper Jones, Trooper Jones, Trooper Jones. Trooper Jones got possession of my phone again? Counselor, is that proper? For him to give you the report, but not the actual evidence of the crime? Where is my phone, counselor? Is it in his back pocket? Is he using it right now? Somebody ping my iPhone. I think the son of a bitch is calling porn sites. I wonder why my fucking bank account keeps on getting drained. Trooper Jones, get off of that fucking porn sites. But I think it's them OnlyFans sites. Porn sites. Counselor, where's the chain of custody of evidence here? You're about ready to go to trial in 5 days and you don't have the actual fucking hardware? Trooper Jones has it in his desk? Maybe he stuffed it in the refrigerator over at that little rinky-dinky office of theirs. You find any of that funny, counselor? Madam Counselor. I don't find it funny, I find it strange. Isn't there a chain of custody for evidence? And why wouldn't you want all of that evidence in your hand at trial? Is Trooper Jones going to bring it to trial and say, here it is? In this little baggie, look, it's in a little baggie, it's marked exhibit. Isn't that your fucking responsibility? Who's running this shit show down there, counselor? Trooper Jones? Do you see my frustration here, counselor, Madam Counselor? I'm not trying to be mean. I'm not trying to be angry. Your staff is incredible. I love them. And I've told them that. And I tell them that every time I go down there or come down there. Is that you guys are great. I love you guys. If they had a little box, I'd put a little note in there. How nice they are. Brent, good to see you. All right. So, where was I? Where was I? And we'll end this show soon. But I got to show Madam Prosecutor a couple things, which you already have. This is the main road that I was on. This is where I was parked. This fence line has every 100 feet little do not trespass signs on them, counselor. See this ditch? Who takes care of this ditch? I see a crack appearing right there on that road. See that crack? Who maintains that, Madam Counselor? Okay. Let's go to another map. Counselor. Counselor, do you see this car? That's exactly where I was parked. What is this, counselor? Madam Counselor, what is this blue area? Do you see this blue area? Does everybody see this blue area? Do you see the white area? The blue area? The white area? Okay. It's that way for a reason, Madam Counselor. I'll tell you why. Counselor, what does that sign mean? What does that sign mean, Counselor? Madam Counselor, sorry. Can anybody tell me what that sign represents in West Virginia? Everybody take a break. Everybody take a break and tell me what that sign is. I'm dying. Tell me what that sign is. I'm sure Madam Counselor will know this. 2 highways. Ellie says 2 highways. It's a mile marker. No, John. Yes, Ellie, you're kind of right. But it's not a highway. It's not a mile marker. No, 69, and everybody be nice. State road? No, not state road. No, not state route. No, you're wrong, but close. All right, keep that in mind, Counselor. Keep that in mind. We got more important things to discover. What is that blue area? Oh, no. That blue area is the McDowell County Economic Development Authority property. This blue area is county property. This white area is federal property, restricted federal property. This is restricted county property. Right here, on this specific thing. Ding, 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 ding. Creole, you always get it right. You're 100% correct. It is a county divided road, 2 roads. Same way, but they kind of overlap. That's why it's divided. Do you hear me, Counselor? All right. Now we know that this right here, where I was parked, right here, is county property. Okay? And for all of you people that said that I said that he would laugh, this mountain is not owned by the federal government, not wholly. Some of it's owned by the county, the city. This is owned by the county. This mountain right here, Trooper Ricky Dicky Jones. Now we have a county road on county property, broken down vehicle, man in distress, and you arrest him, you stupid ninny. A Creole said, she almost said perish. Perish the thought. Perish the thought. Okay, Counselor, are you getting what I'm saying? Even if I was down here, still public property, even if it's federal land. Now, I'm going to show you this. You want to see this? Watch this. All right. This is another map, Counselor. We like maps. Here's the road. Broom, 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 broom. This comes from the westvirginia.gov maps, road maps. This comes from the government itself of West Virginia, these maps. What does that blue line indicate? Does anybody see what that blue line indicates in the chart? Can anybody take a break and tell me what that road represents on the government chart? It's a county road. Very good, Allie. So this whole entire road is a county road all the way up till the end. But wait a second. Why does it end here? Why doesn't it go all the way up to the prison? Can anybody tell me what this road does and who maintains it? The road that leads up to the prison, the front? Does anybody happen to guess on who maintains this road right through the prison up to the front gate, right up to the front office? It's a federal driveway? You really think so, Sarge? Does the federal government own federal roads? It's a state? State? You think it's state maintained? We know that this is county by the government map. West Virginia government maps. It's a road, driveway, but federal. Ah, that's a pretty good guess. But no, you're wrong. You're wrong, Sarge. Let's find out what it is, huh? Can anybody read this map and this graph, this chart? The first one that guesses who maintains this road gets a trip into the bunkhole. 1 week paid. No, I wasn't on that road, but it's interesting. The road to the prosecutor's defeat. That's funny. They're very, very clever, Paget. It's a municipal road. The city of Welsh owns that road. What? How can that be? How can a municipal road go up to the front? And who won? Somebody said municipal first. It was? Yeah, John D. Nicola. You win 1 week's free in the bunkhole. Enjoy. It's nice and warm down here. All right. So let's look at another map. Shall we, counselor? Tell me what this map represents, what this road is. Remember, this road is a county road. This road is a municipal road. What is this? All I need to do, counselor, is have enough reasonable fucking doubt. That's all I need. You need to prove me guilty beyond a reasonable doubt. Good luck. The state road, right out front. It's Stewart Street. It's Stewart Street. I believe it's, forget the number of it. All right, counselor, the exonerating evidence is adding up. I think it's a lost cause for you. Don't ride the coattails of Trooper Jones. He don't know shit. And I'm just saying, man. It's as easy as that. It's a property. That's where I'm getting it. And here's where the website is. Map, westvirginia.gov parcel. And then we got West Virginia all routes, West Virginia. And that one is right here. Oh, that's parcels. Data.westvirginia.opendata.argus.com. Apps, West Virginia. All routes explore. Government sites, counselor. I don't need to bring in an expert. I got maps right from the government. But you have all this information, don't you, counselor? By the way, where is my body cam and my GoPro? You don't have any real videos, as I can see. All you have is 2 trooper modified files, video files, body cam files. Yes, counselor, Madam Counselor, I know that footage was modified. Simple to see a modification date on a file. Not hard. Any file. Now, you can change some modification dates with certain software. I'm telling you, counselor, you're not heading down a good path. And, you know, look at it this way. Like I said, the judges have been fair to me. Everybody's been fair to me except for you down there. And I'm not going to hammer on no judge. It just isn't what I do. Free Eric Brandt. I talk to the judge in the proper place, in his courtroom. But I don't back down. I'm talking to him like he's just any other individual. I'm not doing the direct D route, you know, calling him his first name, and I'm not doing it that way. I could, but I figure the more I file motions and the more opportunity that they give me and time that they give me, the more, especially now, because I'm going to have to understand this, but the more opportunity they draw it out, the more opportunity I have to fucking hang you. I'm in a figurative hanging. Okay? You're doing, Trooper Jones started off pretty good with that. Right? All right. It's been a long show. How many hours have I been on? Oh, many hours. Okay, we're heading back. Well, let's get out of here. I think that's all I could do to convince this Madam Prosecutor to drop the charges all around. You know, she knows. She knows. All right, let's go back to the living room. Yes, we're going back to the living room. The sun is going down. March Madness is happening. Go Pitt Panthers. And you know what happens? When the fish starts to mop the floor, time to go. So I'm going to do this. Thank you, everybody, for coming. I thank you very much for hearing me out. I love you all very dearly, even though I'm a mean son of a bitch. I have to bury my head and go forward, and I can't deviate. And if I'm mean and nasty and a nasty old fucking man, I'm sorry. But I'm headstrong. I'm headstrong. So here we go. This goes out to all of you. mistake I was muted all this time. Sorry. When I get my body cam footage back, you're going to see that minutes before I was at this prison, I was at the local jail, and I started to walk down the perimeter of the front of the jail, and this lieutenant, tall lieutenant, young guy, comes out and he says, "Hey, can I help you?" I said, "Yeah." I said, "Do you have any water?" And he says, "Yeah." He says, "You're a First Amendment auditor, aren't you?" I said, "Yes." "How did you know?" He said, "I've been waiting to meet one of you guys." I said, "Well, here I am." He said, "Come on inside. There's a water fountain inside. You could take a picture of anything you want. Walls. You could take a video of the place you go, the metal detectors. You could take a picture. You could take a picture of that big glass window, double-sided mirror, or a one-sided mirror." He says, "Walk around, enjoy yourself, take your time, get some water, cool down, enjoy yourself." He said, "Just don't come past here. I'll be watching you through that big window. All right?" And he was nice, and it ended. I walked around for a few minutes, walked down the perimeter, and left. It was a perfect example of a good fucking guard. Now, if that guard is that good to me, he's good to other people. He did ask me not to talk to any of the prisoners, but of course I know that's a crime. You can't talk to prisoners in some states. I'm pretty sure in West Virginia it's a crime if you talk to a prisoner, even if it's at distance. You just film and shut your fucking mouth to the prisoners. Yeah, like a police body cam muted. You didn't know what I said, but I said something dirty about you, Paget, while I was muted. You just didn't hear it, thank goodness. Dirty good, not dirty bad. Now, somebody had asked me earlier to explain my brother's death in prison and why I filmed prisons. My brother died of a pheochromocytoma on the adrenal gland at 34 years old, which is a cyst on the adrenal gland that causes a congestive heart problem. And he died of congestive heart failure at 34 years old. Very rare, a pheochromocytoma. And at 3 o'clock in the morning, one morning, the prison called me and said my brother had expired. Oh, joy. My brother had expired. Thank you for telling me that. I was just there to visit him a week or so before. He was complaining of chest pains. He was a fit guy. My brother was strong, strapping. He worked out every day. He loved his body, right? He really loved his body. He's always been a fit guy, but he liked the drugs too. And the ramifications of drug addiction. So that's basically telling you why I film prisons and jails. I don't have anything, I have a lot against them, but not any specific particular prison do I have anything, specifically focusing or targeting on them. That isn't what I do. There are reasons behind what I do, and that's what they don't understand is, and they try to say I'm an agitator and this and that, but they try to do that with everybody. But in my case, there's nothing there. I had 5.9 gigabytes of information on my phone only. They were so disappointed. 5.9 out of 60 gigs. They were so disappointed. I don't use my phone other than to call Thin Blue Line Slayer. They were so disappointed. But I surmised there was more on there than 5.9. But I don't know until I get my phone back and see that everything's been erased or deleted. State troopers, good for you. Okay, it's time to go. Thank you, everybody. Jack Off Jack, Paget, Creole, Agent Randy, Line 1, John D. Nicola. Man, everybody. Let me see. I'll just go up. Ellie. Oh, I'll email you my StreamYard if you could dare if you could dare to handle me and not just fucking be disgusted. Okay? I know. I'm a fucking evil monster of a man, and I'm disgusting. But anyhow, Ellie, I love you. And one, Sarge. Thank you. Sergeant Chucko. Semper Fidelis, brother. The Michigander, when the hell did he slide in here? I didn't see him. Fire Dog slipped in here too. Who else? Who else? I'm going up the list. Too Tall Rob Live was in here sharing some pastries with us. Hey. That's about it. Oh, Thin Blue Line Slayer, my brother. All right. Thank you very much. It's been fun. I really appreciate you listening to me. And signing off. See you later, fish.